What you're doing? What you're doing?
This was our world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4.
further research is required. That's why paleontology is such an exciting science. It's like we're always learning new things all the time. To mount the skeleton. Really, really cool. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Happy Monday. I'm glad you could make it today. We're gonna have a good time. For anybody who might be here for the very first time and they're wondering, what in the world is this? What did I just stumble into here on Twitch? Allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduzo. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm streaming to you live from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, what I dig up during the summers. Just got back a couple weeks ago from Utah, where I was out there for 3 weeks digging up a new species of iguanodont dinosaur. We live streamed that every day, too. So check out the YouTube page or the VODs if you want to see that. Anyway, on weekdays, I stream here. This is my means of doing science outreach, of trying to get people excited about the history of life on Earth and our place in this grand pageant of evolution. Holy cow, thank you for the 30 bits there, Fedorasaur. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway, the whole point of these broadcasts is Q&A. Everybody's got questions, not just about dinosaurs, but also about extinction and evolution, the history of life on Earth, and our place in that grand pageant. So if you've got any questions at all, do not hesitate to ask. That's the whole reason I'm here. That's why I'm streaming here on Twitch and not producing videos for YouTube or something. This is the kind of interactive science outreach that I've been wanting to do for a long, long time, and I am so privileged to be able to make my living doing this, believe it or not. So I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any questions. Let's see who we've got here in the chat. Let me scroll up. I saw Madam 33 and Kodali at the very top. And then we've already lost the top of chat, but Retro Roadshow and Not the Brain, Fedorasaur and Nellyandra, SV Harkin, and Claire Burr. Claire, thank you for everything you do. It's good to see you here, Claire. Hope your day is going well. Afro Bandit Girl and Danish Viking, Grim Deviant and Raptair VT, Eddie Scarin and Soraphagian X, Tropical Tank TV, Niffler and Tolkien Otaku, Cast Meow Black and Ari Axis, Golganek, how are you doing, Golganek? Hello, hello. Dinosaur Dave, I hope things are good with you. Fall Machine, What's Shaken? Go for Fluffernut, Neilf, MS Coggins, scrolling. Huntalep, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Sibley says that's us, chat. Yes, indeed. I'm glad you're here, Sibley. Who else we got? Casey Snowart. Hope you're doing well, Casey. Hope you had a good weekend. Drew Ellen says, can we appreciate the actors on this scene from 2001: A Space Odyssey? Absolutely. A lot of great stuff about that scene. One major boneheaded mistake, though, and that's having tapirs in the middle of Africa. Anyway. Dr. Irrefutable, thank you for the 16 months of support. I really appreciate that. At tier 2 now. Or 16 months ago.
Hello, Dad. I'm coming to you live from the American Museum of Natural History in NYC.
Very nice.
Dinosaur exhibits are fantastic.
They are beautiful. That's one of the world's most beautiful dinosaur museums. It really is. AM&H is incredible. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable, for the 16 months of support at tier 2. Really appreciate that. Enjoy AM&H. Shoot. Don't Are you watching this?
Likely that we're here today because
enjoy the
by
exhibits.
the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary
thank you for the 11
got
months.
felled in a mass extinction.
I really appreciate those 11 months. Thank you, Ridla. Good stuff. Thank you, Ridla. And Niffler, thank you for the 100 bits. All right.
Thank you for making paleontology accessible to us all over the globe.
I appreciate you saying that, Niffler, and I appreciate those 100 bits and your viewership and your enthusiasm. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to do here, you know? I hear all the time, you know, when I'm talking to people in real life, so what do you do? I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. And they go, I wanted to do that when I was a kid. People have a hunger for this kind of thing. They want to know about it. And Ridla, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. We got a hype train going here. Beautiful. Yeah. But yeah. Solvo Trode, how are you doing? Niffler, Cactus Jack, Chudley, Miss Yvette, hello to you too. How is everybody? Good to have you back. Feral Yoshi, I hope you're doing well too. It's good to see you. And Mighty Wombat. Mighty Wombat, thank you for those 4 months. I appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Appreciate that very much. Lily White, how are you doing? Peanut Butter Princess, hello. And Sabina Bean says, hello, I finally finished watching Prehistoric Planet today. I hope you liked it. It was so good, but I kept thinking of how brutal nature is. Rylesy, thank you for those 100 bits. Appreciate that. Was certainly feeling sad for the critters who weren't making it, but hey-ho, that's what it is, I suppose. It is, yeah. I mean, if anything, I hope that makes you a little bit more appreciative of your own life, you know? Because all of us here, even, you know, like this beautiful Tinamou bird, so excited over those 10 gift subs. You know, we're so lucky to be here. Get out of there, it's gonna blow!
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Murph, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. I'm very grateful for that, Murph, even if it isn't. As you support this channel in so many different ways, Murph, but thank you for those 10 gift subs. There are now 10 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month, thanks to your generosity, Murph, so thank you. Peanut Butter Princess says, the skull is so beautiful. Oh, you like my Pachycephalosaurus skull? Thank you. Yeah, it's a 3D print. I've also got a brand new 3D print today, which we'll be talking about. We'll be going over a new scientific paper just published yesterday, I think. It's already started to make the rounds in science news websites about dinosaur ichnology, dinosaur footprints, and what they can tell us about dinosaur distribution throughout the globe. But also, we've got next month's issue of Scientific American has arrived, and the cover story is on dinosaurs. Check it out.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion.
Look at that.
Dinosaurs.
And Sabina B, thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. So we'll be looking at that today, too. Man, Scientific American's got so much better since I was a kid. It's kind of amazing. Yeah. Silvotrode's got a question. Sorry I'm getting to this so late. Shoot, I'm way late in the chat. Yeah. Since we don't have so many resources, do we know enough about Iguanodon and maybe shift focus to other species? Are you talking about, like, our work this summer? Because we were not working on Iguanodon. It's an iguanodont, so a member of the same family, but a new species. Yeah, anything new like that is going to be important, especially when you've got so many bones of the same kind of critter. We can do a lot with that scientifically. We're not talking about 2 vertebrae and, you know, half of a fibula or whatever. We're talking about, we've got almost every major bone from this animal at different growth stages. There's a tremendous amount of information that we can get from it, you know? And thank you, Might Shiny, for those 500 bits. Appreciate that, Might Shiny. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. So yeah, Silvo True, it's an excellent use of our resources. You know, working on a new species, a new genus of dinosaur from the very beginning of the Cretaceous period, which is virtually unstudied. Yeah, there's going to be some really important insights coming out of that, for sure. Yeah. And Ridley says, thank you for keeping people curious about what is now and what came before. Very important work. I appreciate that, Ridley. Thank you. Yeah. Peanut Butter Princess says, when I last visited my family, my nephew wanted to play Guess the Dinosaur. He would act like a dinosaur, and I had to guess which it was. His Pachycephalosaurus impression was running headfirst into the couch. I hope he didn't hurt himself. Excellent. Yeah, these are really cool animals. Whether or not they actually butted heads is a subject of some debate. Definitely, I think there's a general consensus forming that they didn't butt heads like that. But maybe they would have used their thickened skulls for ramming into something. It's probably not each other, not head-to-head at least. Yeah. And Universal Retreat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Very nice. Yeah. Miss Yvette wants to know, any paleontologists like Paul Serena that stumble upon human bones and become human bone finders? It's happened, but it's, not common. I'll say that. I've heard stories from other people. Glenn Stowers had a story like that. Paleontologist from the Cincinnati Museum, who I was working with this past June in Wyoming. It does happen. We're not finding human remains in the rocks, because the rocks are far too old. The rocks are from the Mesozoic era. So they're 66 million plus years old. You know, while you're out hiking, though, you might find... Who knows what you might find out there. Some people have found human remains. Yeah. And let's see. What determines mammary location? We know number in litter birth determines number. We couldn't find why they are where they are, says Lily White. That's a phylogenetic thing. Different groups of organisms have got different locations of their mammary glands. If we're talking about mammals. Some mammals don't even have nipples. Platypus and echidnas, for instance, monotremes, they sweat the milk out of glands near their armpits. So yeah, it's highly variable. And it's not like litter size determines the number of mammary glands like that. It's more kind of the opposite, you know? It's like that's kind of what determines litter size to a certain extent. Anyway, and Twitching with Tri-Top says, this is fun. Welcome. We haven't even really gotten started yet, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And, holy cow. What was that? Level 4 hype train. Thank you, everybody. 14 gift subs, 830 bits. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. I appreciate it. And we are well on our way to achieving our sub goal for this week. I'm excited about that. Yeah. Let me get down to the bottom. We'll discuss our schedule for the week. Talk about what we'll be doing until the end of August. And then we might talk a little bit about September, too. I need to start making my September calendar as well. Yeah. And let's see here. Oh, and you're good, Claire. You do not have to reply to all the comments on YouTube. Don't wear yourself out. Only if it's really fun for you should you do that. If it's not fun at any point, don't worry about it. You know? Nobody in their right mind reads the comments anyway. Yeah. And let's see. Other mammals have them down the bottom, what determines memory location. So, yeah, here, we can talk about that a bit more in a little bit. Remind me, after I get to the bottom of chat. Arle is here. Hello, hello, Arle. Hope you had a good weekend. Range Bomber says, huh.
Tradoon.
I hope that's a good huh, Range Bomber. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, Beetlebig. What a great name. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Steely Dan says, apparently there's a line of 3D printers called Troodon. So you could print a Troodon with your Troodon. Interesting. Unfortunately, my 3D printer is on the fritz as of this morning.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Oh, but Salamander, thank you for the 18 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, Salamander. Yeah, I finished printing this yesterday, and then I tried to print a little bit more of my Majungasaurus skull this morning. And the 3D printer kept having a thermal sensor error. So I think I need to get a new thermistor. I've ordered that. It should be here tomorrow. Yeah. The joys of 3D printing, you know? Sometimes there are parts that fail. Is that a part that's going to wear out once a year from now on? Same thing happened about this time last year. But anyway, yeah. Eddie Scarin says, on September 22nd, I get to go see red deer running season in a national park in Italy. Very cool, Eddie Scarin. Enjoy. That's going to be really interesting. They get dramatic over that, for sure. Yeah. And Sculpin says, you wore it out. I guess so. I've been doing a lot of printing over the past year. Yeah. But yeah, and have I ever come across any Asdarchids? I've not. They're very rare. These big pterosaurs, Asdarchids, are not small critters. Yeah, and here's Quetzalcoatlus as an example. That's a fleshed out model of this creature. The largest animals that ever flew. Asdarchid pterosaurs. Holy cow. They're pretty wild.
We've got an amazing 70 million year old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly
Asazi.
Cool.
Thank you for the 20 months of support. I appreciate that, Asazi. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, Asdarchids, they're cool critters. They're very cool critters. Is that Brian Curtis next to Quetzalcoatlus? Looks like him. Yeah. Anyway, some of these guys were enormous. Not all of them, but many members of this family are just huge. They're very big. Yeah. A friend of mine, Nate Carroll, who's curator of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana, he worked on Asdarchid pterosaurs. But I don't know if he ever actually found any material from them. They're pretty rare. They've got extraordinarily thin, hollow bones. They're not frequently preserved, I'll put it that way. Yeah, I'm looking for that same clip right now, actually. The Dirter clip. And I think that episode of Paleo World might be gone from YouTube now. Trying to find the Pterosaurs episode, and I can't. Yeah.
Dirter.
But anyway, here is a Quetzalcoatlus versus Tyrannosaurus from Prehistoric Planet. Watch out, little Maniraptorans. Here comes a Tyrannosaur. And this is the one with the subtitles that are all incorrect. Anyway, yeah. And Cactus Jack, I did not see that. No, what was it about?
North America's top predator. With his 6-inch long teeth, tearing through an alamosaur's tough skin is not a problem.
You watched this episode today, Sabina Bean? Nice. Here comes some...
Might be able to bully troodontids, but a carcass as big as this soon attracts more formidable competition.
Tradoon.
Quetzalcoatlus, a giant pterosaur. One of the few creatures that will challenge an adult tyrannosaur.
Claire says that Rex looks so tiny. Well, I mean, you're comparing it to one of the biggest dinosaurs that's ever lived. That big sauropod there that's dead on the beach behind it. It's one of the biggest animals to ever walk our planet. It's huge.
One strike,
you know?
From its 6-foot-long beak could easily cost T-Rex an eye. Even so, it seems that he's not going to back down.
And there you go, Paleostream. Yeah, everything is small next to most adult sauropods. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But the arrival of a second Quetzalcoatlus
Squirrel RK
changes the odds.
Squircubla cry in a corner. There you go. Well, kind of. They're still subject to the laws of physics.
After all,
Anyhow.
2 beaks are deadlier than 1.
This is an interesting confrontation that they portray here.
For T-Rex, this is now too dangerous. Some fights just aren't worth the risk. For now, the flying giants have won.
I don't know. I remember seeing somewhere online a bunch of people arguing about this. About, like, oh, the T-Rex would never lose to scrawny pterosaur like that. Well, okay, sure, but from the perspective of the filmmakers here, they're trying to use this opportunity to show off how big Quetzalcoatlus is. It's kind of the point of that, you know? And a very effective way of doing that is having it go head-to-head with, you know, everybody's favorite dinosaur, T-Rex. I think it's an effective scene in that regard. I'm not mad about it. But, yeah. Anywho. Miss Yvette says, do they hurt in groups? Do they hunt in groups? You're talking about pterosaurs? We don't know. So, Quetzalcoatlus, we don't have a lot of skeletal remains of this animal. We can't really answer questions like that yet. Did they hunt in groups? Because the remains that we have are pretty scanty. I mean, frankly, we're lucky that we even know this critter exists. So there we go. This is from multiple specimens here. That's about how much skeletal material we actually have of this critter. We don't have a skull for Quetzalcoatlus that I know of. not Quetzalcoatlus northropi, at least. We might have a smaller species within that genus, but anyway, these guys are rare. They are not commonly found. I know they get a lot of media attention because they are superlative. They're very, very large. Potentially the largest animals that ever flew. But we don't have very much of them. In some of you, maybe who haven't been around here very, very long, might be asking, well, how in the world can we know what it looked like if we only have a few bones from it like this? Well, the answer is we've got other Asdarchid pterosaurs. We've got other members of the same family with much more complete skeletons, and we can kind of use those bones to fill in the gaps. That's how it works in pterosaurs, that's how it works in dinosaurs, that's how it works in all kinds of fossil critters. Yeah. I don't know that much about pterosaurs to be able to tell you which other Asdarchids we've got better remains from. Maybe Asdarco. Potentially. Yeah, okay, we've got slightly better remains from that critter, if that's a good indication. Anyway. Oh yeah. Anywho, yeah, and thank you, Dr. Tara, for those news. We're going to be talking about the Southern Methodist University study on dinosaur tracks in the early Cretaceous. That's going to be fun. But yeah. And Peanut Butter Princess says, I love to see the focus on other dinosaurs too. T-Rex is awesome, but there's so many other cool dinosaurs. Absolutely. Think about Prehistoric Planet. Is that they're really only showing critters from the Maastrichtian, or ones that are surmised to be from the Maastrichtian.
This is Prehistoric Planet.
So this is all from the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs, the last couple million years in there.
There are many ways to describe life on this planet.
Not all these are dinosaurs, like those swimming guys, those are plesiosaurs.
Some creatures could be called
different kind of Sauropterygian reptile.
Or monstrous. Perhaps misunderstood. But only a few creatures who roam this earth
what a great series.
Could be called all three. Explore the coastlines where giants roam. The deserts where danger rules.
Hey Ken, how are you doing? It is an endocast up there. We'll be talking about that later.
Survival is everything. Join us for a story you've never heard, on a scale you've never witnessed.
Good stuff. Anyway, Prehistoric Planet. If you haven't seen it yet, you can watch it for free with that free trial for Apple Plus TV or whatever they call it. There should be a link in the chat for you there. But it's really good. It's really good. Crystal Wind Gaming has got a question. Did dinosaurs move in herds? We do know that some of them certainly did. Yeah. We know this from a few different lines of evidence. One of them is footprints evidence. So we know that certain dinosaurs... Crystal Wind Gaming, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Like Paluxy River in Texas. We've got these preserved dinosaur tracks that show that these animals did move in herds. you've got multiple individuals that were clearly walking at the same time because their footprints, you know, they kind of go back and forth along with each other, side by side. They're not overprinting on the same tracks or anything like that. They were walking side by side. Yeah, we've also got, here, let me, yeah, that's starting to bug me. I'm going to turn that off in our alerts. Hang on a second. I'm trying to turn it off so that when somebody highlights a message, it doesn't set my lights off. But some of the terminology doesn't actually match. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that here. Train ended. Turn that off. Whoop. Fresh. Anyway, yeah. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Dinosaurs moving in herds. We've got footprint evidence. We've got... Oftentimes, you find a lot of dinosaurs that all died in the same place. So, like, Centrosaurus is an excellent example of this. We sometimes get these huge accumulations of the same kind of dinosaur all in the same spot. And, here.
Clue by clue, the evidence mounts on the habits and social life of dinosaurs, and not just from the odd skeleton. Here in the Badlands of Alberta, Phil Curry found clues that stretched across an area the size of a football field. In 1978, his team discovered a vast bone bed of 500 centimeters.
I kind of love these puppets here.
Struck down in the prime of life. But how could this have happened, and what did it mean?
Well, bone beds are actually quite common, but it's not very often we find bone beds like this where you have only one species represented. Because of the large numbers of specimens here and the fact that they didn't come from very far upstream, it's most likely that these animals died trying to cross the river in flood. Now, this may seem like a rather fantastic explanation, but in fact there are modern analogies that show it still happens today. And in fact, it happens quite frequently. Not that long ago, 10,000 caribou died in northern Quebec.
Thousands of caribou carcasses line the banks of the Kaniapiskau River in northern Quebec. Inuit work crews have started collecting the caribou out of the water before it freezes in 2 or 3 weeks. The decaying carcasses were strewn along a 50-kilometer stretch of the river and are now creating a major pollution threat to aquatic life. Biologists who inspected the riverbank were shocked.
It happens.
Whenever you get large groups of herbivorous animals, whether they're dinosaurs or mammals, together and they're moving in some kind of a migratory pattern, they're likely to encounter some kind of a natural disaster that will wipe out large numbers of them during the course of the migration. Given the evidence we have now from Arctic Canada and Alaska, there's a very good chance that dinosaurs were taking advantage of the high plant productivity in the Arctic, because during the summer months, with 24 hours of sunlight during the daytime, plants just produce so much food that animals will always try and take advantage of it.
Covering up to 70 miles a day, the vast Centrosaur herds swept northwards in the summer toward the Arctic feeding grounds. In the autumn, as the days began to draw in, a huge migration southward would begin. This cycle of life would be repeated, echoing the seasons 70 million years ago.
Yep.
Today, the remains of huge herds of dinosaurs are being discovered around the world.
And there's lots and lots of examples of that. Centrosaurus, Pachyrhinosaurus, like Claire mentioned in the chat, Calcareus, Coelophysis. Even dinosaurs that didn't live in massive herds, like a lot of predatory dinosaurs, probably did live in social groups. Was it Teratophonius from Utah? Yeah. There we go. Teratophonius. We saw a reconstructed skull of one of these guys in Rob Gaston's workshop during our tour there at the beginning of August, I think. Yeah. So, bone bed of fossils from the Rainbows and Unicorns Quarry in southern Utah's Kaiparowitz Formation, described in 2021, attributed to Teratophonius, suggests that this genus may have been a social pack hunter. The fossils, consisting of 4 or possibly 5 animals, ranging from 4 to 22 years of age, suggest a mass mortality event, possibly caused by flooding, or less likely, by cyanobacterial toxicosis, fire, or drought. Anyway, yeah, the fact that all the animals preserved died within a short time period further strengthens the argument for gregarious behavior in Tyrannosaurids, with bone beds of Teratophonius, Albertosaurus, and Daspletosaurus showing the potential behavior. They've been widespread amongst Tyrannosaurs in general. We've got so many different lines of evidence that dinosaurs, in general, were probably pretty social animals. So yeah. Was it that line from Jurassic Park that made you think of that, Chatter? Oh, they're moving in herds. They do move in herds. Yeah. They did indeed. Lythronax too. Really? Is that from, sort of mass death assemblage of Lythronax too? Yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. And Sloppy Salamander, thank you for clearing that up. When we were talking about these guys as darkid pterosaurs, how do we actually know what they looked like if for critters like Quetzalcoatlus we only have a few elements? Salamander says a complete mandible, lower jaw from Baconidraco, mostly complete neck from Phosphatodraco, which I think might be the one from Morocco, and many different bits from several different individuals of Asdarco make up some skull elements, limb elements, and full neck. Yeah. So much of what we do in paleontology is kind of fitting together pieces from disparate areas to make a complete picture. Because often we've got incomplete data. For some dinosaurs, we've got totally complete, beautiful skeletons. Like this Camarasaurus at the museum in Pittsburgh is only missing a few bones. Otherwise, it is complete. Like, everything is there.
And it's therefore
That's rare,
likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw,
Sir
dinosaurs
Steggles,
who had been dominant over mammals in
11
ordinary
months,
times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you, Sir Steggles.
Paleo dance.
Appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 11 months. Good stuff. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Anakin Gabriel says, do you want any good books about the history of paleontology? Like, are there any? There definitely are, Anakin Gabriel. You'll have to be a little bit more specific. Are you looking at the history of dinosaur paleontology? The history of paleontology in general? Yeah. There's a kind of the classic answer for this. Is a book called The Riddle of the Dinosaur by John Noble Wilford. Really nice, well-written history of dinosaur paleontology. But it only goes up until, I think, the end of the 1980s or the beginning of the 90s, something like that. Yeah. I've got a couple copies of this here on my shelf, actually. But Yeah, here. I'm trying to think of other ones that would be suitable. If we're talking about like the earliest history of paleontology in like France and the UK, then there's a book. Here we go. Dragon Seekers is a good one too. By Christopher McGowan, talented science writer, excellent scholarship in this. I'd recommend that too. If we're talking about more recent stuff, it gets trickier. Was it Ned Colbert who had that book? Like The Great Dinosaur Hunters and Their Discoveries? Yeah, by Ned Colbert. Yeah, that's a good one too. I remember reading this back in like middle school. But that's specific to dinosaurs. That's good stuff as well. So there's a number of different books. It kind of depends on what you want in particular. Yeah. Halation Effect says, sounds like there might be a fair bit of overlap between paleontologists and jigsaw enthusiasts. I know you're being a little bit facetious there, but there kind of is. What we call fossil prep work. So, here. Cleaning and assembling fossils in the laboratory. Yeah, there's Scott Madsen doing that there. Utah. You know, this kind of work requires a lot of patience and a passion for putting things back together sometimes. So, yeah. A lot of this is done by volunteers. You know, there might be a few preparators that are paid by the museum, but usually the museum doesn't have a huge budget to have a big staff. A lot of this work is going to be done by volunteers, and that's actually an excellent way for people to get into paleontology in the first place, is doing this kind of work. But some of those people happen to be, like, jigsaw puzzle enthusiasts and stuff. It's a real thing. Yeah. And Nobarum says, a doubt I always had. The flying dinosaurs had wings more like bats or today's birds. Well, like, birds are dinosaurs, Nobarum. So, yeah. Yeah, birds are literally dinosaurs. And a lot of dinosaurs, like Maniraptoran dinosaurs, like Velociraptor, had feathered wings. Velociraptor couldn't fly, but it did have wings. We know this because we found quill knobs on the ulna bones, and then we found close relatives of this animal, other members of the same family, Dromaeosauridae, with, you know, full-on flight feathers. Like Microraptor. A beautiful example of this. Yeah. I think what you're asking about is probably pterosaurs, who are not dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are the flying reptiles, aka pterodactyls. Some members of the public call them pterodactyls. But these guys are not dinosaurs, but they had membranous wings, so they had a skin membrane that would, you know, stretch between their lower legs and then the tip of their fourth finger. Yeah. But these guys are not dinosaurs. They're related to dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs. So, here. The way that we define what is and is not a dinosaur is based on phylogeny, like the ancestry of these animals. When we as scientists talk about living things being related to each other, we're not just saying they look similar, we're not just saying they make us feel the same way, or they've got similar vibes or whatever. When creatures are related to each other, they're actually related to each other. Meaning, like, they share a common ancestor. In the same way that, like, you're related to your cousins, you know? You might be different from your cousins in a lot of important ways, but you're related to them because you've got the same grandparents. Does that make sense? So pterosaurs are right here next to dinosaurs. Everything that evolves from this is a dinosaur, by definition. Including birds. That's why birds are dinosaurs, because they evolved from earlier feathered meat-eating dinosaurs like this. Pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are related to dinosaurs. They share the same ancestor as dinosaurs down here at the base of Ava metatarsalia, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. Does that make sense? Think of them like cousins to the dinosaurs. Hope that makes sense. So Nobara, does that answer your question? And Freezing Cathedral says smaller dinosaurs need a spotlight. They always get overshadowed by the bigger guys. Is that a pun right there? Huh. But yeah. And Peanut Butter Princess says, I want to do prep work, but I haven't figured out how to get into that yet. Talk to a museum. You know, if you have a museum near where you live, then you could do that, you know, potentially. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. And Paramethodol says, I think it's sad that museums are unable to pay for jobs like that when governments are literally throwing money at other projects. Yeah. Tell me about it. The obscene military budget that the United States has. Yeah, it's ridiculous, you know? You even talk to people in the military and they're like, yeah, it's ridiculous how much money gets spent on just nonsense projects in the military, and we don't have funding for stuff that drives society forward, that actually enriches our daily lives, things that, you know, carry us into the future. Science. Previously underfunded. Anyhow, don't get me started. An elite... Oh, Ad Raider says, do you know anything at all about Denisovans? No, not really. No, I'm a dinosaur guy. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I dig up, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about at scientific conferences. You know, I know next to nothing about, you know, about hominoids. Hominins, rather. See, I can't even get the terminology right on the first try. But yeah, human ancestry, not my specialty, you know? There are other people, paleoanthropologists, you know, who can tell you a lot about that. I'm not one of those people. That's outside my realm of expertise. So, yeah, I don't get to have opinions on stuff like that, because I don't know anything about it, you know? Yeah. And Ken says it can be hard getting in with local museums. That can be true. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And Peanut Butter Princess says, I think I need to live near a bigger museum. Once I finish the geology degree, I can go on to paleontology. Very nice, Peanut Butter Princess, yeah. Are you working on a geology degree right now? If so, super cool. Yeah. But yeah. And Terminator Pig had a question. Let me see if I can find that. Do we have a good idea what the common ancestor might be? Oh, of dinosaurs and pterosaurs? Yeah, getting back to this idea here. We don't have a great idea yet. Scleromochlus has been proposed as a pterosaur ancestor. This little guy from, I want to say from Scotland. From the early Triassic, I want to say. Yeah. We know that the common ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs was some sort of little... what we used to call a thecodontian. Yeah. So it's a particular group of archosaur critters.
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Granny Pantaloons? No, that's not correct.
Wouldn't
What?
want our species to end the same way.
8 months of support. I appreciate that, Granny Pantaloons. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long. That's excellent. Thank you. Anywho, yeah, Scleromochlus. Yeah, so different analyses, so different studies on this critter by different scientists have found Scleromochlus to be either a basal-most ornithodyryn, so this would be more basal than the ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs, or the sister taxon of Pterosauria, or a basal member of Ava metatarsalia that lies outside of Ornithodyra. Oh, sorry, I may have said the Ornithodyra part backwards, but anyway. Yeah. At any rate, the ancestor of both dinosaurs and pterosaurs probably would have looked something like this. Whether or not it had fuzz, we're not sure. That kind of depends whether the fuzz that pterosaurs had and the fuzz that different dinosaurs had is the same fuzz, or if each of those was evolved independently. If it's the same fuzz, then that implies that their ancestor had it too. And that's kind of the hypothesis you see represented here. But we don't really know. There's so many blank spots, so many things that we're still figuring out about these critters. We're not totally sure what's going on there yet. We need more fossils. We need more people studying, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Salamander says, what a fun little guy. Yeah, Scleromochlus is a cool critter. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Hominins is chimps and humans and the descendants of their common ancestor, and hominids are the great apes. Yep. Yeah. I goofed up the first time around and then corrected myself. Nobarum says, what's the place on Earth you most want to go to dig? Probably Antarctica, honestly. I'd love to be able to go do field work in Antarctica. Find some new dinosaurs there. This is a very good shot that any dinosaurs you find there are going to be new. Almost every time a dinosaur has been found in Antarctica, it's been new. I don't know if we have any repeat taxa yet. But yeah. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
But yeah. And Tone Rebellion says, did you hear that tinamous have been recently nested deep within ratites? Closer to moas, which means that flightnesses evolved multiple times in ratites? I have heard that. Yeah. Pretty cool to think about. I don't know if it was published on at the time that I was hearing about it, but it was kind of a rumor. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Scleromochlus, Claire, here, I'll give you a link to the Wikipedia page. That's this critter. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Beetle Bing was talking about British dinosaurs, right? I love learning about British dinosaurs. We miss out on a lot of iconic species in the UK, but we've got some really cool creatures. England is where dinosaur paleontology began. That's where our science got its start. Back in the early 1800s. Yeah. It's a shame that more British paleontologists don't go out and try and find fossils in the UK, because there are fossils to be found there. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. The UK is where dinosaur paleontology began. And there you go, halation effect. It's a deal. And Wolfgamer says, how do we find deep ocean dinosaurs? Wonder how many fossils are down there? Oh, there's a couple different ways I could answer that question. For one thing, I think the dinosaurs that you're thinking of are probably not dinosaurs. if you're talking about these big marine reptiles from the age of dinosaurs, none of these are dinosaurs here. Every single one of these is a different kind of marine reptile. From giant ocean-going lizards, like these mosasaurs, to marine crocodiles, like Dacosaurus here, to the long-necked plesiosaurs, short-necked plesiosaurs, placodonts, and ichthyosaurs, nothosaurs, and etc. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur. These are all different groups of reptiles. So again, to refer to our chart here, we've got plesiosaurs over here, turtles, mosasaurs, marine crocodiles. None of these are dinosaurs. They're not part of the, the dinosaur clade. They're not part of that evolutionary group. They didn't evolve from a dinosaur ancestor, and so they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. But if you're talking about finding lots of cool fossils at the very bottom of the ocean, regardless of whether or not they're dinosaurs, there's something you should know also. And it's this. There we go. The rocks that we have at the bottom of the ocean tend not to be very old, and it's because of how our Earth works. So the ocean floor tends to be fairly young, and it's because it's constantly being recycled. Yeah, there you go, Peanut Butter Princess. Yeah. So, at these divergent boundaries here in the middle of the ocean, you've got new crust that's formed, and then it's like a conveyor belt. It goes out from that central point, and it goes and it plunges beneath the continental crust. So like the continents on our Earth. And so since ocean crust is lighter than continental crust, since it's not as dense, it gets subducted underneath. So it gets pushed underneath the continents, and then it goes and melts when it gets into the asthenosphere, that part of the Earth's mantle. And that's what pushes up continental mountain ranges, like the coastal range here in California, or the Sierra Nevada range. It's caused by that. Anyway, as a result, there are no ocean floor rocks on Earth that are older than like maybe 200 million years old at the very, very oldest. So that's from like near the beginning of the Jurassic period, around there. And most of the, ocean crust is a lot younger than that. Oh yeah. That being said, we often don't have enough funding to go out and look for fossils on dry land, let alone go out and try and rent a submarine or something to try and find them at the bottom of the ocean, Talking about invertebrate fossils, of course, but there have been millions of fossils found from the ocean floor. And they're microfossils from cores.
A dirter.
Let's see if I can find you a video here about that, potentially. Here we go. Take a look at this. From the United States Geological Survey. Yeah.
Hello, and welcome to the USGS Corecast. I'm Matthew Simatile. Today, we are discussing how scientists are studying the shells of microscopic marine organisms to uncover past ocean temperatures. Knowledge of Earth's climate history is essential to understanding modern climate change and to projecting likely future impacts. Answering questions pertaining to the rate and magnitude of climate variability over the past 1,000 years and beyond is critical to distinguish between natural and human-induced climate change today.
So again, this is sometimes people ask, well, why is paleontology important? Why would you ever study old dead things, fossils? Why is that important? Well, shoot, it tells us about the history of life on Earth. We can't try and prepare for the future or even understand the present unless we understand at least part of the past. We need that perspective in order to be able to tell what we're looking at today. You know, if we didn't understand where we came from, we can't understand where we're going, you know? That's true of, you know, evolving organisms. It's true of a changing climate. It's true of all this stuff.
Instrumental records of climate change are available.
Earth patterns, there
only
you
for the last
go.
150 years.
Yeah.
To get at paleoclimate information, or past climate records stretching back thousands of years,
here we go.
Scientists use Earth's geologic record. Trees, ice cores, corals, and shelled microorganisms are natural archives that store climate information. For example, ice cores trap gas bubbles at specific layers. The gas can be analyzed for past atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration.
And there you go, Claire. Yeah, of course.
Trees grow in width by adding concentric rings to their trunks. The rings vary in size depending on environmental conditions like rainfall. However, for these archives or proxy records to be of use in studying climate change, they must be calibrated to modern environmental conditions.
And Halation Effect says jokingly, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So if you don't want the dinosaurs to come back and take over, learn about them. I know you're joking there, again, but there's an important point to be made there, like a real one. About dinosaurs in particular. Shoot, dinosaurs were a tremendously successful group of organisms. They ruled our planet for over 150 million years. We as human beings, it's like anatomically modern humans have been around for about 200,000 years. So nothing, you know? Divide 150 by 0.2 and, you know, you start to see the ratio there. Dinosaurs were the dominant creatures on land for that long, and then they're just wiped out all of a sudden. It really was practically overnight, geologically speaking, by an asteroid impact, as near as we can tell. In understanding that, we know to be on the lookout for asteroids headed toward us. If we didn't study dinosaurs, if we didn't have an understanding of all these creatures that came before us, there would be people who'd be going, oh, you know, big asteroid, that thing's just it'll bounce off the atmosphere or it'll burn up. Like, don't worry about it, you know? And then think about what could happen. It's because we've learned about what's happened in Earth's past that we might be able to save ourselves in the future. That sort of context is invaluable. It is priceless. We wouldn't have that if we didn't study fossils, you know? And doing core sampling like this might seem a little bit less dramatic, but it's also very, very important.
Jessica Spear is a geologist at the USGS in St. Petersburg, Florida, and is part of a project team working to develop such calibrations.
And there you go, Halation Effect. That's what I do.
Mathematically align proxy data, like the width of a tree ring, to something known, like instrumental data, such as the amount of rainfall. For example, the width of a tree ring doesn't itself tell you how much it rained in a particular year, but we can calibrate the ring width to rainfall measurements in a specific location over the same interval of time and use that relation to convert widths of fossil tree rings to past rainfall.
The USGS is conducting a proxy calibration study in the Gulf of Mexico to develop a relation between the chemical composition of planktic forams and modern low-latitude environmental conditions.
Planktic foraminifera, or forams for short, are these microscopic unicellular organisms that live within the water column, and they build a calcium carbonate shell that chemically records the conditions of their ocean habitat. So when ocean temperature increases, the foram will actually substitute magnesium for calcium into its shell and thereby record the change in temperature. So in effect, the higher the ocean temperature, the greater is the ratio between magnesium to calcium in its shell, and the lower the temperature, the smaller is the ratio.
Nice.
To collect
Okay.
the forams,
Kind of like the
USGS
oxygen
scientists set
isotope
up
data
a
that we
sediment
talked
trap
about
boring on the seabed of the northern Gulf
previous
of
streams.
Mexico in 2008. The trap consists of a large funnel about 1.5 meters wide that captures sinking foram shells into 21 sample cups. Cups are attached to a gear plate that is set to rotate at specific intervals. Cups are currently scheduled to collect material from 7 to 14 days over a 6-month period. Upon retrieval of the cups, USGS scientists conduct a series of analysis on the
I haven't had a chance to look at that yet, Claire.
on what species are present each season and the magnesium to calcium ratios in the shells of those species. Obtaining proxy data from sediment cores and environmental information, such as ocean temperature, over the same time interval provides the necessary information to calibrate the proxy data to instrumental records.
So to complement the calibration study, we're also collecting and analyzing fossil thorium shells from deep-sea sediments of the northern Gulf of Mexico. The relation we develop from the calibration study will allow us to take the chemical ratios that we measure on fossil shells and convert them to temperature. And this provides us with a record of how ocean temperature has fluctuated during the past 2,000 years.
Pretty cool.
USGS scientists plan to continue collecting thoriums and measuring their magnesium to calcium ratios. This will help refine the relation between chemical makeup variability of thorium shells and environmental conditions from year to year and seasonally. Sources of proxy data like the Gulf of Mexico plantic thoriums are key to reading the archive of ocean temperature and past climate variability to differentiate whether current climate changes are natural or anthropogenically induced. You can learn more about paleoclimate research and USGS science at usgs.gov. Corecast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior.
Neat stuff. Anywho. And Peanut Butter Princess, yeah, you and me both. And we had a good question from Dapper Historian. Where was that? Which 4 dinosaurs would be on the Mount Rushmore of paleontology? Oh boy. Well, it'd be the Mount Rushmore of dinosaur paleontology, I hasten to add. I want to make that very, very clear. Paleontology is not just dinosaurs. Most paleontologists do not study dinosaurs. But dinosaur paleontologists like me do. Paleontology is the study of fossil organisms in general. Everything from fossil plankton to fossil trees to fossil frogs. And mammals and insects and fungi and everything else. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. But that being said, which 4 dinosaurs would be on the Mount Rushmore of dinosaur paleontology? Oh boy, I would say... Iguanodon would be up there. Deinonychus would be up there too. Iguanodon was only the 2nd dinosaur ever discovered, the 2nd one ever named. Was hugely influential in our early understanding of dinosaurs and continued to be through the 20th century. Deinonychus helped change the way that we think about dinosaurs. After its discovery in the late 1960s. 1965, I think, it was discovered. We'll be doing a special Deinonychus stream on Wednesday, if I remember correctly. We'll look at our calendar in a minute. I keep getting distracted. They're super influential dinosaurs. Dinosaurs that have been really instrumental in our understanding of these critters. Shoot, that's tough. Just off the top of my head, I want to say Diplodocus and Triceratops also, but I'd have to really think about that. But I'd say Iguanodon and Deinonychus are up there, for sure. Yeah. And thank you, Lenita, for reposting that. From Cave Faith Kyla. My daughter, 6 years old, wants to ask, how big is the biggest dinosaur? That is a great question. Holy cow. I'm glad you asked it. Here, let me show you some images here, and we'll talk about that. So we don't know which dinosaur was the very biggest yet. We've got a bunch of contenders, a bunch of ones that might have been the biggest, but we don't have a complete skeleton from any of those guys. From all the dinosaurs that we think might have been the biggest, from none of them do we have all of the bones. they're all pretty incomplete. But we know that all of the dinosaurs, each one of these ones that we think might have been the biggest, they're all sauropods. Sauropods are the long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs. This one's so big it barely even fits on the screen. And some of the titanosaurs, we think, were probably some of the biggest. This one is called Patagotitan, and this is just a silhouette. This is showing how big this dinosaur is compared to some people right there. It's a big, big, big animal. So here's Patagotitan compared to an elephant and a jet plane. So yeah, bull African elephant, and that's like one of the biggest elephants that we've got nowadays. Like this would be an exceptionally large elephant. There's a person, like maybe one of your parents right there. Maybe that's mom or dad right there. And this is Patagotitan, one of these huge, huge, huge plant-eating dinosaurs. And there's a Boeing 737. So this is a huge airplane, and these are all to scale, you know. So this is a dinosaur about as big as a jet plane. One of the biggest animals that ever lived. Pretty extraordinary, right? And Isla Keen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. So we're still trying to figure out what was the very biggest dinosaur. But, yeah, here's just the thigh bone of this dinosaur. So just the bone in the upper leg. So that's the same bone that you have right here in your leg. The bone in here. A human femur is maybe about this long. That's the thigh bone. Here it is for that dinosaur, Patagotitan. Here's another picture of another person lying down next to that femur. Pretty big, right? This is a big animal. Oh, here's one of the paleontologists who dug it up. That's Diego Pol right there, lying down next to it in the field as they were digging it up out of the ground. That's pretty impressive, right? Yeah. So, one of the big long-necked dinosaurs would have been the biggest. We just don't know which one yet. And that's because we don't have complete skeletons of any of these guys. Here's a nice little diagram. Each one of these shows the different bones that we have from them. So for Patagotitan, the one I just mentioned, we've got a lot of bones from that critter. We don't have as many from Puertosaurus or from Argentinosaurus, but they also seem to be very, very large, maybe a little bit bigger, but we don't know because they're incomplete. Does that make sense? We need to find more bones to figure out which of these dinosaurs was actually the biggest. Hope that makes sense. Great question. Thank you. And Rhacodactylus says it's so big it's literally off the charts. There you go. Yeah. And Haunted Soldier says, so what dinosaur was the smallest? Oh, that is a much easier question to answer. The smallest dinosaur is called Melisuga helenae. Would you like to see it? There you go. It's not very big. It's very, very small, actually.
If had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this living in the nooks
ETW Swift 1.
And we wouldn't be here.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's funny that Stephen Jay Gould pops up in that alert and says, if dinosaurs had not died... Here's the thing. Not all of the dinosaurs died. We have a few of them still around today. Actually, a lot of them. A lot of different dinosaur species. How many?
Over 9,000!
We just call them birds. Birds are living dinosaurs. And so the smallest dinosaur that's ever lived, as far as we know, smallest adult dinosaur, is Melisuga helenae, the bee hummingbird. It is a small little critter. They live in Cuba, And they are the tiniest bird in the world, and thus the tiniest dinosaur in the world, too. They seem to be a lot smaller than any of the dinosaurs during the age of dinosaurs, too. So, yeah. And, Kipata, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. And, Horse-Drawn Portrait, what a great name, says, last I heard dinosaurs are believed to have feathers, whether they flew or not. Is that still a theory? Well, we know for a fact that a lot of dinosaurs did have feathers, because we have feathers on them. Whether it's critters like Sinosauropteryx right here, this guy, or, I don't know, Caudipteryx. This guy right here also has got fossil feathers. Whether it's Bapiosaurus, another feathered dinosaur, or Eutyrannus. We know that a lot of these dinosaurs had feathers, which is pretty cool. We don't know if all dinosaurs ancestrally had feathers. We do have preserved scaly skin from some dinosaurs. Yeah, so here's some fossil skin, or a fossil skin impression of a scaly duck-billed dinosaur. It would look a lot like this. We know a lot of dinosaurs did have feathers. We know this for a fact, beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not just a hypothesis, it's a fact. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Wolfgamer says, based on mass and Earth's gravity, did larger bones needed to evolve to support larger bodies? Yeah, I mean, a lot of these sauropod dinosaurs had super, super thick bones to help support their body weight on land. Yeah. And there you go, Tommy Plotix. Yeah, I remember that. That was awesome. And Halation Effect says, Google tells me there are over 11,000 species of birds currently extant. So that's a lot of dinosaurs indeed. It is. Yeah. There are varying takes on how many species of bird there are. Yeah. So, I don't know, if we look at, like, the Wikipedia article, which is going to be very up-to-date. Yeah, it says there are over 11,000 living species. I've heard some people say over 10,000. I've heard some people say over 9,000. But the thing is, whether it's 11,000 or 10,000, those are still both. Over 9,000! And so that's why I can continue to use that sound effect. It's a lot. Whatever the exact number is. And Red Bulwark says, proto-feathers? Did some have feathers like modern birds too? Red Bulwark, there were some dinosaurs like Velociraptor that would have had full-on pennaceous flight feathers. Yeah. We know that these guys had quill knobs, which means that they had like a rachis, the quill part of the feather, on their arms. So we know that they had like full-on flight feathers, basically. Despite not being able to fly. These guys are too heavy to fly. But they probably use their wings to kind of stabilize themselves, to flap when they're standing on top of their prey and using those claws to subdue it. Stability flapping. Or the raptor prey restraint method. Some research headed by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. He's a paleontologist in North Dakota nowadays. He runs the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And, yeah. This is research This is artwork that's based on his research. Real Crayon Bandit says, what's the purpose of feathers if not used for flying? Well, for a lot of different things. For display, for thermoregulation, to keep warm or to keep cool, to show off, camouflage, used to kind of protect yourself from the environment. But maybe also big old flight feathers for stability flapping. There are modern birds that have feathers who do not fly. Penguins are a great example, where their feathers have evolved into kind of a waterproof suit. And also for insulation to help keep them warm. Birds like ostriches will use their feathers and their wings for showing off to one another, for threat displays, and to almost use them like as air brakes when they're running. Feathers are really versatile bits of anatomy. They can be used for a lot of different purposes. And they didn't originally evolve for flight. Whether they evolved for display or for thermoregulation, we're not totally sure yet, but we know that feathers have got a lot of different uses, not just for flying. But yeah. Yeah. And Haunted Soldier wants to know, are there any carnivorous dinosaurs that walk on all four legs? Great question. The answer is no. All meat-eating dinosaurs walked on two legs. All of the meat-eating dinosaurs belong to a group called Theropoda. Well, there you've got a Spinosaurus. It's kind of resting on its knuckles, but they probably didn't walk on their knuckles like that. Here we go. There's a lovely illustration of theropods. All these guys are two-legged, and birds are theropods. Also, that's not a theropod right there. I think that's a silosaur or something. It's a little confusing too. But anyway, yeah, theropod dinosaurs were four-legged, or two. They walked on two legs, bipedal. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Isolated says, what do you think or hope the next big breakthrough in paleontology will be? Oh boy, that's a great question. I'd have to think about that. Shoot. If we're talking about paleontology in general, all of fossil science, that's probably too broad a question for me to be able to answer properly. But if we're just talking about my domain, about dinosaur paleontology, I would like to have a better understanding of dinosaur ontogeny, about the changes that dinosaurs undergo as they grow and mature. From babies up to adults, a lot of dinosaurs changed a tremendous amount during their lifetimes.
Ontogeny.
We call that ontogeny. These are the changes an organism undergoes as it's growing and maturing. And these are dramatic changes to the point where,
ontogeny,
for a lot of these critters, like for Triceratops, different growth stages have been named as different species before.
Ontogeny.
So an understanding of ontogeny, a better understanding of ontogeny, can help us better understand the diversity of dinosaurs. Were there actually 9 different species of dinosaur that all look similar, that lived in the same environment? Or are those just different growth stages of the same animal? That kind of thing. We're starting to see that for, I don't know, for critters like compsognathids. These little guys, like the famous Compsognathus, you know, they were once assumed to be, oh yeah, these are just these small little dinosaurs running around doing their thing in their environment, and you know, they've got to be adults, right? Turns out they might not be adults. Many of these, we know for sure, are juveniles, or even hatchlings, but it could be this entire group, that these are all just juveniles of other groups of dinosaurs. So the family Compsognathidae might not be real in that sense. Like, all of these dinosaurs are real, but they're really just juveniles of other dinosaurs that we, other dinosaur groups that we know about. Megalosaurs and Spinosaurs and Allosaurids and stuff. There was a cool paper that came out this spring talking about this, and it's a matter of debate right now. So understanding how dinosaurs grow and mature, how many changes they undergo during their lifetimes, understanding that will help us understand dinosaur diversity, the structure of dinosaur ecosystems, and help us better understand dinosaur phylogeny. Everything kind of hinges on that. Ontogeny changes everything. I'd love to see more of a focus on this in the future. We'll see. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Salamander, yeah. Yeah. And Little Pink Pony says, what was the one we talked about earlier this year? You'll have to be more specific, Little Pink Pony. I don't know what you're... Jog my memory a little bit. You have any details? And Emily says, what is it called when they slice up the skull? It's usually limb bones are best for histology. That's called histology. When you cut open the bones and then you look at thin sections under the microscope to tell, you know, how old these animals were when they died. So is this animal actually mature? Or is it small just because it's young, you know? Looking at those bones, being able to count the growth rings, tell how old it was when it died, that's essential stuff. I kind of wish that
Some dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Or like Tactical Sponge. Thank you for the 45 months of support. Holy cow. That's a long time, Tactical Sponge. Thank you. Appreciate you. Good stuff.
Hey, a dinosaur!
And Butterfly World, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. How are things today? Hope you're doing well. And Dr. Tara, there's a good example of that. Yeah. Paleo DUI's animation, I did see that. It was all over Twitter earlier. Lokiceratops. Here. This is an example of one of those dinosaurs that was newly named this summer. I'm not necessarily convinced that this critter is actually new. Here we go. So, beautiful animation of this animal. Yeah. But it's very, very similar to Medusaceratops. And, I'm not necessarily convinced that it's actually different. You know, that it's not the same animal. Especially since, you know, these authors are claiming that there's 4 different taxa living in the same time in the same place. Yeah, here we go. Here's Lokiceratops and Medusaceratops. The claim is that Lokiceratops, our new guy, can't possibly be the same thing as Medusaceratops because it doesn't have a nasal horn. And, you know, these things on the back look different, and there's some other differences that they're claiming as well. But this is a commercial specimen. It was not dug up properly. The commercial group, you know, the like for-profit group that dug it up really kind of botched it. We know that this animal is already deformed because the right and the left side do not match. So it's got some like really interesting... Deformed is a word with a very negative connotation, but it's, you know, it's unique. It's got some specialness about it there that's not really... Yeah. Like, the right and the left side of the skull don't match, even though they are the same, you know, they're from the same animal's head. The right and the left sides look very different. So clearly there's a lot of, like, variation, not just individual variation between different individuals. There's a lot of variation in the same animal. And it does have like a little nascent bump on the snout that really, to me, looks like kind of a resorbed horn. So I think these critters are probably the same. But
protect our fossils.
Yeah.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Buff2381, thank you so much for the Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah. Windsor says, can one be male and the other female? It's possible, yeah. Yeah. But we can't say because we only have... The what? I'm sorry. You say that again? Repeat? One more time? I didn't catch that. The what? I'm sorry, Emelith. But thank you so much for the 13 months. And what was that again? The what? The who? I didn't get it. Emelith, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you. We don't have a big enough sample size from these animals to be able to say, oh, well, half of them fall into this morphotype and half of them fall into that morphotype. They must be male and female. And any time that we have had a big enough sample size in any group of dinosaurs, we haven't been able to distinguish them male and female. It seems like dinosaurs didn't exhibit skeletal sexual dimorphism. Which is not surprising, I guess, because birds don't, and crocodiles mostly don't either. And those are kind of our extant phylogenetic bracket for dinosaurs. Anyway, yeah. Maybe someday we will have enough data to be able to say, yes, these dinosaurs were male and these ones were female from the same species. But we're not there yet. And they might not even have differences to start with, because birds don't. So, yeah. But that is something that a lot of paleontologists talk about. Male-female differences, sexual dimorphism. But we've never been able to demonstrate it. And holy cow, Victorious, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Look at that modern dinosaur right there. Victorious.
Getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
There are 5 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads now, thanks to you, Victorious. And they'll get all those emotes. These, and these, and these, and these, and these, and these, and more. Thank you, Victorious. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Buff2381 says, "Hey man, I caught you. Welcome. It's good to have you. I'm from California, but I've lived in Italy for about 15 years. Moving back next year for good because of my new job in IT. Very nice. Did you ever have any projects in Italy? No. There's not a lot of dinosaur fossils from Italy. The most famous has got to be Scipionyx. Yeah. Or maybe Tethysandros. Yeah, this little guy. One of the Compsognathids, like we were talking about. This is like a hatchling, straight up. It's very small. It's been named as a new genus. It might very well be just a juvenile of a... Like, it probably looks completely different when it's mature, like you see here. But yeah. And how did my digs go this summer? Really well, Buff. Thank you for asking. And if you're going to be in IT, does that mean that you're moving to the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area? Because that's where I live. Yeah. Very cool. Congrats on the new job. That sounds exciting. Anyhow. Possibly, or Monterey. Wow. 2 beautiful options there. Monterey is one of my favorite places as well. The aquarium is incredible. Monterey Bay Aquarium, world class. 200 miles north of you. Oh, very cool, Terminator. Nice. Nice. Yeah, and the Monterey Bay Aquarium streams here on Twitch. Here, let's check out their stream right now, because it looks like they're live. Oh, they're not live. Never mind. But anyway, they do some pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Simply says, are you sure you don't want to move to the Central Valley? We have dust. You've got fossils too, though. Really cool fossils. Here. Let me show you. There's a lovely book about this. Dinosaurs and Other Mesozoic Reptiles of California. Here we go. By Dick Hilton. And the Central Valley, the Moreno Hills, Panoche Hills, the area kind of near Fresno, up in the hills there, they've got a ton of marine reptiles. Critters like plesiosaurs here. And mosasaurs. Lots of these critters from there. Here is a map of California, just showing the different mosasaurs. So this is like a count of how many mosasaur specimens have been found in each of these different counties. And this one right here, I think this is Fresno County. 89 different mosasaurs have been found in Fresno County. That is pretty extraordinary. So there are really, really cool fossils from the Central Valley. You don't just have dust. You've got cool Mesozoic fossils as well. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, that's a lot of reptiles. Yes, indeed, Cast the Dreamer. Yes, indeed. Mosasaurs are such cool animals. Fresno-saur County. I like that shit by Robert. Yeah. Yeah. It simply says, nice, I didn't know that. Yeah. Great book, by the way. Dinosaurs and Other Mesozoic Reptiles of California. If we can get this on thrift books. And what it's going for. You used to be able to get it at half-price books for real cheap. That's how I got it back when I was a kid. Hilton Dinosaurs, California. Temporarily unavailable, unfortunately. But, there's a link, at least, so you've got the title. Yeah. Good stuff. And Terminator Pig says, oh, random zombie generator. That's a great name, though, Terminator Pig. I like that a lot. Yeah. You chose well. It's interesting that Entelodont was taken. Yeah. Did you try Daeodon, perhaps? It's a genus of Entelodont. But yeah. And Pimpcat says, did you hear about the marine lizard found in Texas? We were just talking about mosasaurs, Pimpcat, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. And did I hear about the mastodon skull found in an Iowa streambed? That's kind of a not uncommon occurrence, Dread Pirate Robert. But yeah. Yeah. I did not hear about that one, no. That being said, though, it is time for us to get into some fossil news here. So let's go ahead and do that. Fossil news, starting now. All right. Our first item for fossil news today Paleontologists discover matching sets of dinosaur footprints in Africa and South America. Some of you have already seen headlines about this or even read the article. We're going to look into this in some degree of detail and take a look at the original scientific paper if we get a chance. A team of paleontologists led by Southern Methodist University has discovered more than 260 footprints of early Cretaceous dinosaurs in Brazil and in Cameroon, showing where land-dwelling dinosaurs were last able to freely cross between South America and Africa millions of years ago, before the two continents split apart. So, many of you, this will not be surprising, because if you go back to, say, 170 million years, like the Middle Jurassic, you'll see South America and Africa were nestled together like this. That's why these look like puzzle pieces, basically. It's precisely because they used to be. Here. Let me show you a clip from the 1970s, back when this was kind of a new idea.
Evidence. An animal such as this little dinosaur. The idea of continents drifting about the globe is as old as the idea of flights to the moon, and until recently, equally laughable. But Earth scientists have been getting very excited about some new discoveries in geology and geophysics.
Again, from 1970 here.
What is the evidence for continental?
That's like 20 years ago, right?
Professor Sir Edward Bullard explains the geometry.
Most people must have noticed that the coast of Africa is a very similar shape to the coast of South America.
Yep.
It was pointed out ages ago by Francis Bacon in the time of James I.
And there you go, isolated, yeah.
No one took the thing very seriously until Alfred Wegener, a polar explorer, just before the First War, suggested that once the two had fitted together like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle.
Yep.
And in fact, they do fit really rather well.
You're probably right, Manly Mutt.
You get little
Welcome,
gaps.
though. Good to have you here.
In fact, I think the gaps on this model are probably bigger than the gaps in nature. There is a trick in fitting them together. That is that you've got to fit them at the real edge of the continent. The real edge of the continent is not the shoreline. It's the place where the shallow sea changes suddenly into the deep ocean. So there's a bit of sea here, but this is all shallow sea, and the thing that's been fitted is the real edge of the continent. Now, you can do this fitting in the...
Anyway, so you can do that for, you know, basically all of the Earth there. And that's precisely because continents used to be stuck together. So we'll go to, say, 120 million years ago. This is about the time when I think these footprints were laid down. Yeah, early Cretaceous. So that's going to be about maybe even earlier than 120, but yeah. Africa and South America started to split around 140 million years ago, causing gashes in Earth's crust called rifts to open up along pre-existing weaknesses. As the tectonic plates beneath South America and Africa moved apart, magma from the Earth's mantle rose to the surface, creating new oceanic crust as the continents moved away from each other. And eventually the South Atlantic Ocean filled the void between these two continents. Signs of some of the major events were evident before both locations, where the 120-million-year-old footprints of three-toed theropods, sauropods, and ornithischian dinosaurs were found by SMU paleontologist Lou Jacobs and his colleagues. So I almost went to school at Southern Methodist University. Yeah, except I ended up getting scholarships and stuff to Montana State, and when I emailed Lou Jacobs, I never heard back from him as a high schooler. And so, ultimately, that was for the best. It's interesting to think of how things could have gone. Lou Jacobs, by the way, the guy who was leading this project. We have a clip of him. One of our alerts is actually of Lou Jacobs. Let's see here. We are SVP. There we go. Here's Lou Jacobs.
Hi, my name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science. Here are some of the faces of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology today.
Anyway, this is Lou Jacobs right here. And he was one of the... Well, he's the project leader. We determined that in terms of age, these footprints were similar, Dr. Jacobs said. In their geological and plate tectonic context, they were also similar. In terms of their shapes, they were almost identical. The researchers found the fossilized footprints in the Borborema region in the northeast part of Brazil and the Combe Basin in northern Cameroon, more than 6,000 kilometers away from each other. That's about 3,700 miles. The dinosaurs made the tracks 120 million years ago on a single supercontinent known as Gondwana. Spoken about Gondwana fairly recently here on this stream. Gondwana broke off from the larger landmass of Pangaea, Jacob said. One of the youngest and narrowest geological connections between Africa and South America was the elbow of northeastern Brazil, nestled against what is now the coast of Cameroon, along the Gulf of Guinea. And again, we're seeing that right here. So this is a little bit after, so like, as other parts of Africa and South America are already breaking apart, this part is still connected, so these animals could walk across there. Two continents were contiguous along that narrow stretch, so that animals on either side of that connection could potentially move across it. Before the continental connection between Africa and South America was severed, rivers flowed and lakes formed in the basins, he said. Plants fed the herbivores and supported a food chain. Muddy sediments left by the rivers and lakes contained dinosaur footprints, including those of meat-eaters, documenting that these river valleys could provide specific avenues for life to travel across the continents 120 million years ago. Now, this is really cool. It's not news to a paleontologist like me that these continents were connected or anything like that, or that dinosaurs would have walked across. But I guess this is new in the sense that we've got footprint evidence showing that, like, yeah, we've got the same kind of critter in both places. I think what's really cool about this is starting to make headlines around the world. And so regular folks are reading those headlines and then learning something. I think that's kind of the coolest part about this.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it.
And Wilmersink, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here we go. It's even on CNN. CBS News. There. Let's take a look at this. And looks like I don't know. Almost stenography. They've basically copied and pasted it. Oh, except there's more. This is lovely. Yeah. Good for them. While dinosaur fossils can yield unique insights about the types of animals that roamed the planet millions of years ago, their footprints provide other windows into the past. Dinosaur tracks are not rare, but unlike the bones usually found, footprints are the proof of dinosaur behavior, how they walked, ran, or otherwise. Who they walked with, what environment they walked through, what direction they were going, and where they were when they were doing it, Jacob said. It's difficult to tell the specific species of dinosaurs that traveled along the basins, but they represent a larger portrait of the ancient climate and how different types of animals thrived in the environment that the continental rifting created. If your dog and a coyote walk across the same mudflat, you might know that two dog critters walked here, that they were very similar, but you might not be able to know if they're different species. Ditto the dinosaur track situation, Jacob said. I like that he added that. All animals have home ranges. All animals expand their ranges. All animals exploit resources as necessary depending on availability, often related to seasonality. Herbivores follow nutritious plants. Carnivores follow their herbivorous food. At the time, rainfall levels helped to create a tropical rainforest-type environment with abundant vegetation. Animals came to the basins from both present-day Africa and South America causing their populations to mix. Imagine a lush, open basin with vegetation for the herbivores and carnivores following, said study co-author Lawrence Flynn, assistant director for the American School of Prehistoric Research and lab safety coordinator with the Department of Human Evolutionary Biology at Harvard. If nobody is there on the new turf, then animals would disperse into it, given no competition. And yeah, so there's a nice example of some modern tracks there. Oh no, shoot. No, these are dinosaur footprints there, sorry. Belonging to a theropod are visible in the Sousa Basin. Later, once the continents drifted apart, this disruption likely caused a break in genetic continuity, a key driver of evolution, Jacobs said. This is, again, allopatric speciation. We've talked about this many times. The dinosaur tracks in Cameroon were first discovered in the late 1980s, and Jacobs reported on them at the first International Symposium on Dinosaur Tracks and Traces, convened by paleontologist Martin Lockley in 1986. Martin Lockley passed away back in November. I think it was back in November. It was recently. I got to see him last summer. Spent some time with him at a conference in Utah. Martin Lockley was maybe one of the most famous dinosaur track paleontologists in the world. Jacobs then became friends with the study author Ismar de Souza Carvalho, now a professor within the Department of Geology in Rio de Janeiro. Jacobs was studying dinosaur movements from the African side, while Carvalho was studying them from the Brazilian side. As research into the basins in Africa and South America has continued in the following decades, Jacobs and Carvalho and their colleagues reviewed existing and new fieldwork and research to analyze the matching aspects. The new study is being published in tribute to Lockley, who devoted his career to studying dinosaur footprints. Minipie, you're scrolling me around with your tail. I'm not... Watch out. Anyway, how you doing, Minipie? It's good to see you. Yeah. How are things? Yeah. Let's get our cat cam going here before we get back to, Whoop. You need some brushing, Minipie. You got loose hair all over the place. It's just sloughing off you. Here. There we go. Yeah, get you nice and shiny. Huh. What are you pushing the camera around for? What are you doing? Oh, we've got some new treats for you today, by the way. Lordy gave me some catnip treats, Minipie. So it's not going to be the same old ones. We've got some brand new ones for you. How does that sound? Yeah. Pipcat says those yellow eyes are so beautiful. Thank you. She is... She's a good-looking cat. Huh, Minipie? Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's get you some treats, huh? I'm going to take the catnip treats and mix them in with the other ones. Ooh. We'll get, hopefully, a fairly random smattering. These are not the same exact size or shape or density. So we might get some sorting going on. But, ooh, yeah, smell that. All right, let's see what we get here. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you just zeroed in on the catnip one, didn't you? Oh, we got a good question from Halation Machine. Okay. Here, I'll get to that in a minute, after Minnie's done with her treats. Yeah, good girl, Minnie. And you need some more brushing, though. Too much hair. You're not going to eat the rest of those? Look, you've got so many more left. Look. What are you doing? You going to leave those on the desk? What's up with you? Huh? Well, yeah, the question was, if you had a time machine and go back and study live dinosaurs during the Mesozoic, right? How far back would you go on your first trip, and what are your reasons for choosing that particular time? Got a couple different ways I can answer that. I could say, well, at first I would go back to look at some of the dinosaurs that I'm working on right now. So, like, got a paper on Spinosaurs that I'll be submitting for publication soon. Cat hair all over me. I'd like to go back and look at some Spinosaurs. Go back and look at, like, the Wessex Formation. Early Cretaceous of the UK. Look at baryonyx. Maybe go back a little bit further in the Cretaceous and look at our new iguanodont that we were digging up this past summer. Maybe go into the late Cretaceous, like Campanian, Maastrichtian kind of boundary there, and look at our new duckbill dinosaur, or our new horned dinosaur that we were digging up in Wyoming back in June. But I think my kind of quick and easy answer is I'd go back to the very beginning of the age of dinosaurs. Go back to, you know, 100, let's say 240 million years ago. Like Patagonia. And see if there's dinosaurs yet. Because we don't have fossils of the earliest dinosaur yet. Like the ancestor of all dinosaurs. Just don't have that yet. So it'd be really nice to be able to see what's going on there. I think that's my answer. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Knight of Coins says this is what the internet was made for. Glad you're here, Knight of Coins. Yeah. Oh. You having a good time, Mini Pie? You enjoying yourself? Yeah. Oh. Don't go back to 65 million years ago, isolated. I believe we've got a video about that, do we not? Going back 65 million years ago? You're right, not a good idea. There was a movie about it. The trailer to which I recut. Check it out.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
Anyway, yeah. The point is, it's important to get your coordinates correct when you're traveling back in time. Make sure you're traveling back to the correct time. 65 million years ago, you're not going to see any dinosaurs, except for maybe some little birds. Anywho, yeah. It's worth it to watch that. I'm glad you enjoyed that, Isolated. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to this. Let's see if we can find that paper, actually. Yeah. Should be... Did they link it here anywhere? Anywhere? They should. Oh, this might be one of those special volumes where... Shoot. It might not actually have been published yet. It might have been like an in memoriam kind of volume. But let's see if they've got a link to it here. Nope. I'm not seeing a link to the actual publication anywhere. Got a few other places I can check, because it would be nice to actually see that. Nope, not seeing it. Darn. Well, maybe it's not officially been published yet, or maybe it's just in, like, you know, a special volume of a journal or something like that. But what we can do... Oh, could we? Is this a good idea? Should we look at the 49 comments here? Some of these are just going to be a little snarky. Like, does this mean the poor dinosaur was torn in pieces when the continents drifted apart? And... So far, none of these are, like, super terrible. Yeah. I think this person's probably joking. I don't know. Usually when you see comments like that, poor grammar and spelling and syntax. Yeah. this person gets it. Holy cow. How dynamic and wonderful the world is always amazes me. I think there's something about dinosaurs that inspires our better selves. The what if sparks the imagination, and a warning about how quickly things can change. It's a matter of time, millions of years, just a blink in the greater scheme of evolution. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I am, pleasantly surprised. Usually the comments are full of vitriol and ignorance and nastiness. Yeah. And scrolling down even further, yeah, you know, I'm willing to stop there. That's great. Happy about that.
Real dinosaur?
Switch gear. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And the original song is the word T-Rex. Is that right? Horse-drawn portrait. I didn't know that. Who needs TV when you've got T-Rex? Words to live by. I like that a lot. Could have been our mantra out in the field in the Hell Creek. Yeah. A wholesome comment? I know, right, Sibley? Yeah. Yeah. And that is exactly right, Halation Effect. Yep. Yep. I didn't know this song had lyrics, actually. Yeah. Anyway. Excellent. Well, I'm in a good mood after that. Good comments on a news, like mainstream media news websites comment section. Something else to be happy about today is in our stream title. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the publication Scientific American. It's kind of it's aimed at a popular audience, but it's good scientific information, often written by scientists. I'm lucky enough to be a subscriber to Scientific American. My brother actually got me a subscription for my birthday last year, and I think he'll be doing the same this year too. But, oh, you okay, Mini Pie? Oh. I flicked a treat off the desk and it landed on her, and she freaked out and ran into this side of my desk. I'm sorry, Minnie. I wasn't trying to do that to you. Anywho. As somebody who's active in a scientific field and, you know, does field work and writes things for publication, you gotta be careful not to specialize too much sometimes. I want to be aware of other important and interesting and exciting discoveries that are happening in other fields of science other than dinosaur paleontology. So, sometimes popular science writing like this, you know, it's a nice thing to have on the coffee table. Put it that way. I want to be well informed about how other scientific fields are progressing, and so Scientific American's a great way to do that. This is not an ad or anything. I'm really happy that they've got cover story, dinosaurs, for this upcoming month. This just arrived, and we're going to take a look at this right now. It's lovely because when I was a kid, Scientific American was nice, but it was a little, I don't know. A little obtuse at times. And there are all kinds of, frankly, really dumb ads about cubic zirconia and scam water filters and stuff like that. DDoS00, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. Scientific American has improved a lot since I was a kid. Since I got that subscription last year, I've been really impressed with it. They've really kind of turned a new leaf, and they've got a lot of articles written by, you know, researchers in various fields. It's thoughtful, well-written science content aimed at a literate but general audience, you know? And now this one here, I'm pretty excited about. What was it like to be a dinosaur? New insights into their senses, perceptions, and behaviors. And we've got a lovely illustration of a Tyrannosaurus and a Triceratops here. I've dug up both of these kinds of dinosaurs before. This is a beautiful illustration of kind of a Hell Creek environment here. I've worked in Hell Creek Formation for years and years, so this is cool stuff. Yeah. But, yeah. Emeleth says, I'm tempted to make a joke about Scientific American being an oxymoron. On average, it might be an oxymoron, but this is very much not an average channel here. Anyway, let's get into it. They usually have at the beginning... There we go. Kind of an article about the cover story. And from the editor, Dinosaur Consciousness. A 1974 essay called What Is It Like to Be a Bat, which is still taught in cognitive science and philosophy courses, argues that we can never completely understand another organism's consciousness. That may well be, but we're getting closer, and it's not just for bats. New research combining neuroscience with advanced fossil scanning is revealing the size, shape, and specializations of dinosaurs' brains, which can tell us a lot about what it was like to be a dinosaur. In this issue's cover story on page 22, evolutionary biologist Amy M. Balinoff and paleontologist Daniel T. Sepka reconstruct the perceptions and actions of Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and other classic characters. I hope you enjoy the lush and dramatic illustration by Beth Zeiken. See her contributions column for more about her paleo art career on page 5. I'm having cat hair going down my throat right now. Let me drink some water. That's better. Here we go. So this is talking about that cover story right there. What was it like to be a dinosaur, page 22? Since childhood, Beth Zeiken above has been enamored by old school Natural History Museum exhibits, the ones that use visual tricks to make sculptures and murals behind a glass panel feel like expansive, immersive worlds. It's totally a magical illusion, she says. It's like the painting coming alive. Today, Zeiken designed similar murals for museum exhibits, often featuring dinosaurs, mammoths, or other prehistoric fauna. For this month's cover story, written by evolutionary biologist Amy M. Balinoff and paleontologist Daniel T. Sepka, what it was like being a dinosaur, she brought the world of T-Rex and Triceratops to life. Zeiken enjoys the challenge of illustrating bygone eras. You have to imagine Earth in a different time period and transport yourself there. She lives in Minnesota, on a back channel of the Mississippi River, and describes herself as a totally aquatic creature, one who loves fishing, canoeing, and kayaking. The river is home to an abundance of catfish, and she also keeps native freshwater fish as pets in her 125-gallon aquarium. Wow. And she has 4 dogs and 2 snakes. If you give me half a chance, I will fall in love with anything that moves, Zeiken says. And there she is there. Again, gorgeous artwork on the front. Let's go to page 22. I think it's wonderful that she got paid to do this, because it is exquisite work. Holy cow. It really well illustrates kind of what we think this environment was like. We've got every indication that it was very wet, swampy in certain places. You know, you had lakes and rivers and streams and creeks. These big floodplains. And through those, you'd have dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops tramping around. The two of the most common dinosaurs in the Hell Creek Formation. Triceratops, number 1. Tyrannosaurus, number 2. I think at least in the upper Hell Creek. In the lower Hell Creek, it seems to be Edmontosaurus is the second most common. But anyway, really lovely illustration of the Hell Creek. I try and explain what this environment would have been like to people sometimes. I say, picture, modern day Louisiana, the Mississippi Bayou, something like that. And this kind of brings it to life. I love it. Claire says, you really can smell it. Wonderful art. Yeah. And there you go, Orange fan. Well, that's because these dinosaurs are not being portrayed as monsters, they're being portrayed as real animals, Horse-Drawn Portrait says it's really nice when a real illustrator is used. Talk about things going the way of the dinosaurs. Yeah, don't get me started on all this like AI art nonsense nowadays. Ugh. But anyway. Yeah. So yeah, let's start the article. We probably won't read the entire thing, but we'll use this to kind of jumpstart our discussion here as we talk about dinosaur cognition. And let's see. Let's get some kind of a soundscape going here as we read our article. Let's try this. There we go. A lone Tyrannosaurus rex sniffs the humid Cretaceous air, scenting a herd of Triceratops grazing beyond the tree line. As the predator scans the floodplain, its vision suddenly snaps into focus. A single Triceratops is broken off from the herd and wandered within striking distance. Standing motionless, the T-Rex formulates a plan of attack, anticipating the precise angle at which it must intersect the target before the Triceratops can regain the safety of the herd. The afternoon silence is shattered as the predator crashes through the low branches at the edge of the forest in hot pursuit. T-Rex has hunted Triceratops in so many books, games, and movies that the encounter has become a cliché. But did a scene like this ever unfold in real life? Would T-Rex identify its prey by vision or by smell? Would the Triceratops be warned by a loudly cracking branch or remain oblivious because it was unable to locate the source of the sound? Could T-Rex plan its attack like a cat, or would it lash out indiscriminately like a shark? This is lovely. Ever since dinosaurs were first described in the early 1800s, paleontologists have debated their intelligence, sensory capabilities, and behavioral complexity. Early investigations relied on natural endocasts, which are casts formed when the sediment fills the empty space in a skull. These casts replicate the shape of the brain case's contents in life. The conventional wisdom long held that all dinosaurs had tiny brains and therefore unsophisticated behaviors. Perhaps the most amusing example of this view of dinosaur intelligence came from the 19th century paleontologist Othniel Charles Marsh, who hypothesized that the armored dinosaur Stegosaurus had a second brain near its rump to supplement its walnut-sized brain in its skull. Stegosaurus didn't have a walnut-sized brain. Brain was significantly larger than that, like 4 or 5 times the size of a walnut. But it was still pretty small compared to, the size of the animal overall. There. So there's Stegosaurus right there. There's a rough approximation of how big its brain would have been. I don't know. The thing is, dinosaur brains may not have actually filled the entire cranial cavity. Like, the actual brain case might not have been totally taken up by, the actual volume of the brain. But yeah. Stegosaurus is not a small dinosaur. And is that the actual brain endocast there? It is. Yes, indeed. That's a lovely picture. Yeah. So, I don't know. I've never seen a walnut that big in my whole life. So saying it had a walnut-sized brain, give me a break. But that's the endocast right there. Yeah. Like a bunch of walnuts, says Murph. Yeah. Here. So, there's a walnut there. 3 walnuts. That's bigger than a walnut. It's about the size of maybe 4 walnuts, I would say. You know? What about a ginger-sized brain? Well, how big of a piece of ginger, Murph? But yeah, it does look like ginger, doesn't it? Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. Jody Fish says it may have had protective layers like her Durameter. I don't know. Jody Fish, I don't know enough about brain anatomy to speak with any kind of intelligence on that. I don't know. Yeah. How far back do walnuts go? Not very far on Goy. I bet you walnuts are probably one of those things that have been cultivated by humans. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And did dinosaurs have Homer Simpson syndrome? You mean like crayons shoved up their nose? I don't think so. There were no crayons back then. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Isolated says it's an interestingly shaped brain. I mean, a lot of dinosaur brains are kind of thin like they're elongate like this. T-Rex, for instance. We'll talk about that in a minute. Anyway, let me get back into this. So the idea was that Stegosaurus had two brains. It was based on a vaguely brain case-shaped expansion of the spinal canal near the dinosaur's pelvis. Yeah, that's called sacral plexus, is what it's called. This mysterious expansion is now thought to represent a glycogen body, a structure that stores energy-rich glucose and occurs in a similar position in some modern birds. Present-day paleontologists remain unconvinced that Stegosaurus was capable of much higher reasoning. But in recent years, scientists' appraisal of the cognitive capacity of some other dinosaurs has improved, particularly that of members of the theropod lineage that gave rise to birds. So again, theropods are our two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs.
Most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared.
Annika Natural, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Again, there's our theropods there. And they did seem to have the largest brains of any dinosaur relative to their body size. Many of these guys would have been fairly intelligent, in the way that a lot of modern birds are fairly intelligent. Here's the kicker, though. Even if these guys did have relatively small brains compared to, I don't know, some of the brainier mammals, these would have been the smartest animals in their ecosystem. And they would have been smarter than the mammals that lived at the time. The mammals that they hunted. So these would have been the most intelligent creatures on the planet at the time, presumably. Draconianitis, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Very cool. And they're as smart as they needed to be. Absolutely. Funky boy, monkey boy. You know, to the point where these were critters that were remarkably successful. Ruled our planet for tens of millions of years. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. With the advent of new technologies such as microcomputed tomography, or CT scanning, micro-CT, we can now reconstruct the volume and surface topography of brains without having to depend entirely on rare natural endocasts, greatly expanding the number of species available to study. Advanced imaging is also teaching us how dinosaurs might have used their brains. We now have the tools needed to answer the question of how long-vanished animals perceived the world around them, and what really happened when predator met prey in the age of dinosaurs. Very cool stuff. So the article continues on like this. We've got some lovely infographics here. How smart was T-Rex, for instance? There we go. There's a person, an elephant, and a T-Rex. A recent study that concluded that Tyrannosaurus was as clever as a primate. Could that terrifying claim be true? We actually covered this on the broadcast. T-Rex was larger than an elephant, yet it had a much smaller brain. Researchers typically look at the measure of a brain size compared to body size to estimate the cognitive capacity of vertebrate animals. By this simple metric, T-Rex is unlikely to have had primate-like intelligence. In addition, large parts of the brain of T-Rex are associated with functions such as olfaction, that's smelling, rather than higher cognitive functions such as advanced planning. More evidence that this dinosaur lacked primate-like smarts. It wouldn't have needed them. It's got a head 4 feet long with giant 6-inch teeth. Doesn't need to be the smartest creature around. Anywho. right before the 3D printer went on the fritz this morning, I finished printing this, which is a T-Rex brain. So this is life-size, and it's fairly large, I would say. It's fairly large for a dinosaur, and it's large compared to my brain. It's at least longer than my brain. But there's parts of this that are adapted for certain things. The actual, like, cognition part of the brain, I think, is in here. Is this the cerebrum? And these are the olfactory bulbs up here for smelling. And they are huge, super well developed. I'll show you where I got this file, because that's super instructive. There we go. From Larry Whitmer's lab in Ohio, a Tyrannosaurus brain endocast. It's MOR specimen AMNH5117. So I removed a lot of these before printing. A lot of the nerves that come off of the brain. Whether it's the transverso-occipital vein or the transverso-trigeminal vein, hypoglossal nerve, maxillary nerve that goes to, like, the snout. These animals may have had very sensitive snouts. Ophthalmic nerve, this one goes to the eye. And right there, that is, yeah, the cerebral hemisphere of the brain. So, the animal's doing its thinking. This part of the brain right here. And over here, you've got those super hypertrophied olfactory bulbs. Right here. This animal had a superb sense of smell. Anyway, by studying dinosaur brains like this, we can actually learn a little bit about their lifestyles. What were they good at? Did they have a good sense of smell? Did they have good hearing? Did they have decent vision? What angle did they hold their heads at? By looking at the semicircular canal of the inner ear right here, which is here in, it's kind of like eraser pink. By looking at how these tubes are oriented, it's kind of like a spirit level. We can tell, like, the natural, comfortable inclination for the head. So, like, this is the angle the animal would have held its head at. Just looking at that. Which is super, super cool. Yeah. So I'll give you a link to this. And you can play around with it yourself if you'd like to. And what is this spirit level? Says horse-drawn portrait. One of those little bubble levels. Here. You know, one of these. If you're, like, trying to hang a picture on the wall, or, you know, use it a lot in carpentry and painting and stuff like that. But the semicircular canal of the inner ear works in much the same way. You've got these tubes in there. Like I think there's basically a little bubble of air. I hope I'm not grievously oversimplifying. There's like a little bubble of air in here. And so as you move your head around, that bubble moves. And then I think there are basically like little sensory hairs on the inside of this. Is that how it works? I'm not super familiar with the specifics. Again, I'm not a cognitive scientist. I don't know a lot about the soft anatomy of brains. But anyway, basically the bubble in there kind of tells you, your body, like, which way your head is oriented. It's pretty neat. Can we see the human version? Asks MLS. Let's see if we can. Semicircular canal. There we go. Yeah. There we go. there's lateral, posterior, and anterior semicircular canals right there. We've got the same thing in Tyrannosaurus here. Here. So, I didn't print this super high res, but there you have it right there. So this is the lateral semicircular canal right there, anterior and posterior. And you got the same thing here in us. Pretty cool, right? Yeah.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Moonrose Lily, rather. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. And there are hair-like cells in the inner ear. Yeah. Stereocilia. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. I thought I was remembering that correctly. It's been a long time. But yeah. Yeah, so it is basically for kind of figuring out the XYZ axis. That lateral semicircular canal right there, yeah, that kind of tells you, like, I think a lot of that is up or down. And the other ones will be like, you know, it's pitch, roll, and yaw, basically. So that, like, even in the dark, you can kind of feel, like, how things are oriented, you know? Yeah. And that's interesting, Rhacodactylus. That's funny. And thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. But yeah. 3D printed human brain and skull. We'll see, Emeleth. I'm actually going to be gone for Halloween this year. I'm going to be in Minneapolis for the annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, where I'll be hanging out with colleagues, seeing old friends, learning about some of the latest findings in vert paleo, and presenting some of my own research as well. So I will not be doing a Halloween stream this year, at least not on Halloween. Maybe before we can do one? We'll see. But yeah. Is there going to be a costume contest? Probably, Murph. There usually is when SVP is there over Halloween. But I'm probably going to be flying carry-on only. So, I don't think I'll have room in my luggage to bring a costume. And if I did have room, it would make more sense for me to bring some big 3D prints that I could donate to the SVP auction to help fundraise for our society. But, yeah, so I don't think I'm going to be doing my, my Ceratosaurus costume. That would be cool. But, I don't think I'm going to be doing that. Yeah. Here. I don't think I'll be bringing that this year. Not enough space. Yeah. And how many people are going to show up as inflatable dinosaurs for Halloween? Probably not many at SVP, I imagine. I don't know. Many of us, as dinosaur paleontologists in particular, have got very mixed feelings about those inflatable dinosaur costumes. But, yeah. Anywho. DM Wing says, you could wear it on the plane. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to wear this on the plane. I probably won't. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus says, good luck getting through security with that on. Yeah, shoot. Although it is good for avoiding jury duty. If I told you about that? Some of you already know about this. But, there we go. Here's my tip. If you want to get out of jury duty, dress as a dinosaur. Dress up like a dinosaur.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. you'll get dismissed every time. And I think it's because lawyers, most of them have seen Jurassic Park, the movie, in law school. Yep. And they've seen what happens to the lawyer in that movie. They don't want that happening to them. So if you're dressed as a dinosaur, they'll just instinctively send you home. So there you go. It's true. It's a tip from old Danny for you.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur? What?
Taunting Tauntaun, thank you for the follow. What a great name. Tauntauns are indisputably the coolest creatures in that whole Star Wars milieu. They're super neat. They remind me of theropod dinosaurs. And pachycephalosaurs, too, to a certain extent. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anywho. How did we get on talking about this? I don't remember. But, anyway, yeah. The brain of a dinosaur like this can tell us a lot about how it lived, and that's kind of what this article is about. Yeah. Oh, and I like that this is actually getting into the whole thing about Herculano Hausel, and I don't know. Anytime that you've got like a non-dinosaur person publishing on dinosaurs, things can get a little iffy. And I think that's why Scientific American probably felt compelled to have an article about this for this month. Yeah. Here we go. Oh boy. And some really impressive video production here. More impressive than the science in it, unfortunately. Yeah.
What if I could
And if
tell you
dinosaurs
how
had
many...
not died, I imagine that mammals would still be
Pyro 515.
like this, living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
That's true. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you.
What if I could tell you how many neurons you would have found in the brain of T-Rex, the royal tyrant lizard who reigned pretty much unchallenged until an asteroid hit the Earth 65 million years ago?
66. 66. Got that wrong.
How could you possibly know? And also, why do I care? Two perfectly good questions. But let me start with the actual news. According to a brand new study by Susanna Herculano Hausel, that's me, theropod dinosaurs, that's the biped, fast-running dinosaurs like T-Rex, were the primates of their time with as many neurons in their telencephalon as you find in a modern monkey. T-Rex in particular had baboon-like numbers of neurons in its telencephalon. If you don't think that's very impressive, think of scheming monkeys that can swarm on you and trick you and steal food from your hands. But now make this creature of monkey-like smarts get bigger than an elephant with big claws on its feet and gigantic teeth that could pierce right through you. That is very much the stuff of nightmares for me. So how can I say that when there are no dinosaur brains around, preserved in a freezer somewhere that I could turn into soup, which is how I figure out how many neurons different brains are made of. Because
well, we've got Endocast, and so she's talking about this, but basically where she goes astray here is in assuming that dinosaurs would have had like a mammalian kind of architecture to their brains when they very much didn't. Here's something. We've got a kind of thinking tool that we use when we're trying to figure things out about any kind of extinct organism, where we can't directly, like, you know, hold their squishy brain in our hand and measure it, or look at their eyeballs, or stuff like that, stuff that doesn't actually preserve well in the fossil record. If we want to be able to make educated inferences about it, if we want to be able to organize our thoughts in a way that actually makes sense, we often use what we call the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. It's not just for dinosaurs, you can do this for any kind of extinct creature. But when you use the EPB for dinosaurs, you look at their closest living relatives. Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs. They're much, much, much closer to dinosaurs than, say, something like lizards or, you know, tuatara or something. Crocodiles are much, much closer. And birds are way closer still because they are living dinosaurs. They evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. So birds' ancestors were dinosaurs, so birds are dinosaurs. So if there's something that's unknown for dinosaurs, like what was the architecture of their brain like, those squishy bits, the way to organize our thoughts in a way that's most helpful is often to use the EPB here. Figure out what's known about birds and what's known about crocodiles, and use them as kind of a guide for organizing our thoughts about dinosaurs. Herculano has kind of failed to do that. I don't know. It's frustrating for me in the sense that sometimes I get the feeling that scientists in other fields often look at dinosaur science as something that's like kind of fun and light and like, you know, not difficult. It's like, oh, we're just gonna do this on a lark because, you know, dinosaurs are cool, and it's kind of condescending in a way, you know? You could say, well, you know, I'm a brain scientist, so, you know, surely dinosaur science must not be nearly as complicated. I could do that in my sleep. Let's do it. And then they do something like this, and it doesn't work out super well. Here. Let's see if I can... I'm gonna see if I can find that VOD there. Science Media. Here we go. There we go. I don't know if Balint put this up here. Let's see. Hmm. 8 months ago. We are ourselves. Bite traces. This wasn't it.
Science.
Different one. Alright, talking about theropod teeth. Throw it onto teeth.
Tradoon.
Orbit size in dinosaurs. Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to find it. I don't know if we actually have that one up. But, yeah. I had a really good discussion with Balint about that live on stream, and it was super cool. It was a good while ago. Love those crossovers. Me too, Balint. I'm looking forward to doing more of those after TwitchCon this year. I'm looking forward to seeing you at TwitchCon too. Holy cow. It's going to be awesome to be able to hang out again. Yeah. Anyway, if any of you are not yet following Science Streams, if you are watching this broadcast right now and you have not yet followed Science Streams, you are missing out. Seriously. Go follow Balint right now. Balint and Lita and baby Alona, they're a family of scientists. Balint and Lita are both active research scientists. They are molecular and systems biologists, and they stream here on Twitch. Their stuff is super cool, and they do some fantastic science communication one of the very, very few channels on Twitch that I ever watch. You know, I don't do a lot of watching Twitch, but I watch science streams sometimes. It's always a good time. So go follow science streams. Anywho, yeah. And fun IRL streams too. Absolutely, MS Coggins, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to the article in here, and let's see what they say about that. Yeah, Herculana Hosel argued that relationship between brain size and body size is unimportant when it comes to intelligence. What matters, she said, is the raw number of neurons in the telencephalon, a region in the front of the brain. I don't know what that was about. That includes not only the olfactory bulbs, but the process smell, but also the cerebrum, where the higher cognitive functions such as decision-making occur. So she and Robert Lent of Federal University of Rio de Janeiro involved a technique of counting the neurons in the isotropic fractionator method. Using this method, Herculana Hosel and her colleagues calculated that human brains have approximately 100 billion neurons, confirming earlier estimates. The isotropic fractionator method is clever, but scientists will never have an actual T-Rex brain to dissolve. Instead, Herculana Hosel relied on scaling relations between the telencephalon size and neuron numbers for living, warm, and cold-blooded species, plugging extinct dinosaurs into one of the two equations based on their inferred metabolism. The scaling relation varies tremendously among vertebrates. Cold-blooded or ectothermic species tend to have less tightly spaced neurons than warm-blooded or endothermic species. Anyway, the author is kind of, yeah, the authors are a little bit cagey about this, but that paper was not well received by paleontologists or, I don't know, evolutionary biologists in general. And I'm going to see if I can find that rebuttal paper. Let's go to paleobiology here. Let's see. Maybe it didn't actually make its way into the Wikipedia article. Maybe that's not considered noteworthy enough. But here. How do you spell Herculano? H-E-R. Interesting, doesn't appear here. I'll just search. Here we go. Here's that rebuttal paper from the Anatomical Record. How smart was T-Rex? Testing claims of exceptional cognition in dinosaurs and the application of neuron count estimates in paleontological research. Kind of a lovely rebuttal paper here. There's a link to it right there. It's open access as well, so no paywall. You can go read it if you like. But here it is. Oh, and I like this. They've got a lovely cutaway here. There's the actual paper. Yeah. But in our new popular article in Scientific American, I'm showing you this like model of a T-Rex endocast right here, Tyrannosaurus brain cavity cast. Essentially what's going on with the brain. And here, they've got a lovely like cutaway model. I've not actually seen it illustrated like this before. That's really nice. Researchers use medical technology such as CT scanning to build digital endocast of extinct dinosaurs, allowing reconstructions of their sensory capabilities. The endocast of T-Rex shows it had a brain adapted for a predator way of life. The expanded olfactory bulbs indicate an excellent sense of smell that would have been useful for locating prey, large optic lobes mean that T-Rex also is probably capable of identifying and following prey with its eyes. So I like that rather than just a, more or less like a silhouette like you see here, instead they've got these different parts that are kind of, shown inside. You've got the cerebrum right here, responsible for thinking. The optic lobe, associated with vision. The optic nerve goes to there. Cerebellum, which controls muscular stuff, movement. Semicircular canals right there. Showed you these earlier. The brain stem, cranial nerves. Pituitary is down there. That's interesting. I guess that's kind of represented in the model too. The olfactory bulb up there. Pretty cool. Yeah. Very neat. Halation effects says big brains are energetically expensive. Oh yeah. Human brains account for 1/5 of our entire body's energy usage, while being only 1/40th our body's mass. Yeah. A brain is a thirsty thing. It requires a lot of resources to run, Yeah. Emily says, what about bird brains? A lot of bird brains are, I don't know, for comparing birds and mammals, bird brains tend to be more efficient just by dint of being, birds. These are usually volant animals. They have to fly, so much of their anatomy, from their hollow bones to their brains, is kind of optimized for lightweight and efficiency. As non-flying animals, we don't have to worry about that as much. We can have heavier brains, and you can have a larger brain. You don't have to be striving for efficiency in the same way that a bird does. And so our brains are not going to be as efficient as birds' brains. Yeah. Volant, V-O-L-A-N-T, volant, like volando in Spanish, like flying. Here we go. Yeah. Volant.
Volant.
Ability to fly or glide. Usually fly. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's a good word. Yeah. Anywho. Literally from volare in Latin, to fly. There you go, Jody Fish, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Anywho. And this is really cool too. I wanted to show you this also. Evolving brains. There we go. We've got different critters on the Archosaur lineage here. Archosaur phylogeny. From an alligator here, up through various dinosaurs. Thescelosaurus is an ornithischian dinosaur, so it's sort of our outgroup to the theropods here. And you get all these theropods: Tyrannosaurus, Aliramus, Shuvuia, Sidipati, Xenobuzar, Sagan, and Melositacus. It's a parrot in there. And so, speaking of birds' brains, birds have got a pretty large cerebrum, especially very social birds, like psittaciform birds, parrots. They've got really big, complex cerebrums in there. Sagan, this is a very velociraptor-like dinosaur. In fact, it was originally described as Velociraptor, I believe. Xenobuzar is another dromaeosaur. Sidipati is an oviraptorosaur. Shuvuia is an alvarezsaur, like Triorarchuncus right here. But anyway, all of these guys are theropods except for our Thescelosaurus. Right here at the top. Thescelosaurus is a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur right here. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. I like this. Caption is: scientists use endocast to study how the brain changes in size and shape over evolutionary time. For instance, in the evolution of birds from non-bird theropod dinosaurs, the cerebrum, the seat of cognition, thinking, expanded, whereas the olfactory bulbs dwindled. Birds famously don't have a very good sense of smell in general, on average. There's certainly exceptions to this, like with turkey vultures. and their kin. But, yeah. Most birds don't have a great sense of smell. They don't need it. Or visual animals. Early diverging theropods such as T-Rex had relatively small cerebrums and large olfactory bulbs that presumably conferred a keen sense of smell. Extinct dinosaurs most closely related to birds, such as Sagan or Zanabazar, tended to have proportionally larger cerebrums and smaller olfactory bulbs. T-Rex and birds both had relatively large optic lobes, however, suggesting that birds inherited their sharp eyesight from their theropod ancestors. So, there's that again. Lovely little phylogeny here, showing you the corresponding brains from each of these critters. Yeah. Now, the study of endocasts is nothing new, but it is something that's been kind of in the public consciousness a little bit more with that Herculana Hausel paper, and I think that may be partly what prompted this article in Scientific American. One thing that they've been doing a lot lately that I really appreciate is kind of taking, like, common public misperceptions about scientific subjects and doing their very best to tell you what's what from the perspective of actual researchers in the field. Scientific American's been doing some great work in terms of, like, improving public science literacy in that regard, so I highly recommend it. I don't know how much it costs to subscribe. My brother got me a subscription as a gift.
Looks like a half-butt turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Basil, thank you for those 19 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That is good stuff. Anyway, this is good stuff too. Yeah. It's lovely anytime I can make a recommendation, be like, yes, this is something good. You know, Scientific American has improved a lot since I was a kid. It's pretty great now. And this is no exception. Yeah. And I'm always happy to see dinosaurs on the cover, you know? I don't know if there was a single dinosaur issue while I was subscribed to Scientific American as a kid. Like, not a single cover story that I... Well, maybe there was one on Arctic dinosaurs, come to think of it. But anyway, I was really excited to see this pop up online and then check the mailbox, and there it was, you know? So, I can actually give that an endorsement. Scientific American. It's good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. A better than average chance your local library has it in some form. Probably, Krager, yeah. Yeah. And Racodactylus says that's super important. Conscientiously debunking scientific misinformation is effective at improving scientific literacy. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. It's good stuff. I know they've been doing a lot of really excellent work talking about climate change and clearing up a lot of misperceptions about that. Actually giving you the real scientific information about it, rather than getting your info from, you know, politicians or, like, news agents, especially, like, right-wing news sources have every incentive to try and, like, downplay recent findings from climate science. Scientific American's been doing an excellent job of being like, well, here's what's actually going on, according to the data. Here's what climate scientists are actually saying. Here are some of the controversies about that right now, but here it is in the proper context of what the consensus is about our changing climate and why it's changing. So yeah, and they've had some other recent stuff too about like about childhood mental health and about, you know, a lot of stuff like that where science kind of touches policy. Scientific American, I think, used to shy away from that sort of thing. Nowadays, they're more bold about it, and I think a lot more responsible about that. You know? There's so many people in positions of power who want to be able to use the public's lack of understanding about science to their advantage, you know? They can prey on people's misperceptions, misinformation that's out there. They can help fan the flames of misinformation. And I feel like Scientific American didn't used to kind of jump into that fight. Now they're doing it. They're doing it in a way that's really thoughtful. And I appreciate that as a scientist. So, I don't know. Big shouts out to Scientific American. They've been doing good work. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And here, let me scroll up a little bit. But yeah, anyway. Anywho. Yeah. It's good stuff. I'm excited to read that cover to cover. I haven't actually had a chance to do that yet. I'm so busy with other things. But yeah. See, we've been going for 3 1/3 hours so far. There was a lovely video from a while back that I thought we'd take a look at. Oh, that's not it. There we go. Let's take a look at this. I don't quite know how this works, but sometimes on YouTube there will be these big channels, like this one called Real Wild that's got 1.8 million subscribers. And they will post these, documentaries, oftentimes on dinosaurs, from decades ago. These are like professionally produced documentaries. They might be re-edited a little bit, but they're up here on YouTube, and it's not the sort of thing that's going to get copyright struck. They must have paid for the rights to it somehow. But, yeah. This one just came out in July, or rather, it was posted in July. And I kind of vaguely remember some of this from childhood. So we'll use this as kind of an avenue, a springboard for discussion as well. And we'll see what comes up in here. I bet you I know some of the paleontologists personally who will appear in this too. We'll see them in their younger years.
When dinosaur fossils were first pulled from the ground, the appearance of the creatures was anyone's guess. And how they lived was beyond comprehension. But from Argentina to Wyoming, great discoveries and bold new thinking suggest these ancient creatures were faster, more agile, and more complex than once imagined.
Oh, histology there.
65 million years
Hang on.
after the last...
That's lovely. We've got... That's right here. This is from a photo shoot with Luis C. Hoyos. And there it is right there. It's Maiasaura in an egg. Lovely. This is, peak 90s dinosaur imagery. It's good stuff.
65 million years after the last dinosaurs vanished. They're more
now we know it's
popular
66.
than ever. They've escaped from museums and invaded our popular culture.
So this would have been prior to like 1998, because that's when these became part of Disney World, these animatronic dinosaurs here.
Of the dinosaurs.
And that's true, Jody Fish, yeah. Yeah. Dinosaur eggs. This is is like 1997. That would make sense, Gay Basis, yeah.
For over 150 million years, a group of animals unlike any today ruled our planet. The dinosaurs. Their great success demands that we understand them. But their remains are silent.
You remember this Terminator Pig?
Scientists like Jack Horner are struggling to find what they
Is that Karen Chin next to him? So I used to work for Jack, for those of you who are new around here.
Horner is one of the paleontologists responsible for redefining our modern image of dinosaurs. His groundbreaking discoveries and keen insights have helped answer questions that have lingered for more than 100 years. His pioneer status attracts volunteers from all over the United States to Montana for his crash course.
Egg Mountain near Shoto, Montana. I've been here many times.
The students live in traditional Native American teepees, designed to withstand howling winds that sweep off the nearby Rocky Mountains.
And so that's not an affectation or like, you know, oh, wouldn't this be cool for the cameras? This is what their camp used to look like back when they still did. I think they might still have some teepees up there, but this area, Egg Mountain, is notorious for its winds. And people with really, really expensive heavy-duty tents have just had those tents shredded by the winds. This is kind of what you need for that environment. It's the real deal.
Horner believes that the focus of paleontology is changing.
You know, by tonight it's
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
I guess I did look through this before because it's one of the alerts I
clicked. People were looking for display pieces. They were looking for things to put in museums. So they would go out, they would find a dinosaur. They were looking for individual dinosaurs, and they were looking for something big. So they'd go out, they'd find a dinosaur, they'd dig it up, they'd bring it back, they'd prepare it, they'd put it on display, and then they'd go look for another one. And they weren't doing science. They were, I mean, it was more in line with sort of the P.T. Barnum spirit.
A little harsh,
nowadays,
but I don't think he's wrong.
Most of us, I think, are very interested in how dinosaurs live.
In the 1970s, Horner's research led him to the debate over the link between dinosaurs and birds. An issue that's nagged paleontologists almost since the beginning of the science.
Bob Herman? I don't think so, Claire. Yeah.
As early as 1839, dinosaurs were classified as reptiles, even though some had hip bones like modern birds.
Well, these are only superficially similar to modern birds. This is an ornithischian dinosaur, Iguanodon. It's one of the bird-hipped dinosaurs, but the bird-hipped dinosaurs are not the ones that actually gave rise to birds. It's a little confusing, but yeah.
Not much was made of the similarity until 1861, when an astonishing fossil was pulled from a German quarry. Named Archaeopteryx, it looked like a small dinosaur, but with one major difference. It had feathers. Some
a lot of
scientists would
dinosaurs
later declare it the missing link between birds and dinosaurs. But others refuted the idea because it lacked the specialized collarbone, a wishbone considered to be the fundamental trait of birds and their ancestors.
What they didn't realize is Archaeopteryx did actually have a wishbone. I think in some cases it may have been prepped away, so like they accidentally removed it while cleaning. But yeah, Archaeopteryx 1,000,000% had a furcula, had a wishbone. And a lot of dinosaurs had that too. That's something that I think pretty much all theropod dinosaurs are thought to have had that, including T-Rex. T-Rex had a wishbone. Here, I can find you a clip with Jack talking about that. Here we go. We'll be talking about this a little bit more on Wednesday.
did descend from dinosaurs, as Huxley had argued. Not from lumbering sauropods, but from another lineage called theropods that walked on two legs and included T. rex and agile predators like Deinonychus. While some scientists did not accept this idea at first, supporting evidence continued to...
These are a lot of the people I was at Montana State with. Carrie Woodruff, Jade Simon, Brian Baziak.
Accumulate. Including the discovery that theropods had a feature of birds not previously found. A wishbone.
People had sort of looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like. And then all of a sudden, we started finding them. Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yep, that's a furcula right there. Pretty cool. So anyway, it's weird that like nobody really recognized this as an Archaeopteryx for the longest time, but yeah.
The dinosaur bird theory gathered academic dust for 100 years.
Dave Nevius says, were sauropods and theropods even in the same order? They're both Saurischian dinosaurs, so they're from the same half of the dinosaur family tree. But I don't know. We don't really use those like ranks anymore. Order, suborder, superorder, infraorder, whatever. But they are part of the same clade. They're both Saurischian dinosaurs. Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to find you a decent image here. There we go. Yeah. That'll work. Thank you, Thomas Holtz. I think you put this together. Yeah, so Saurischian dinosaurs are sauropods and theropods. Ornithischians are thyreophorans, and then the ceropods, which are ornithopods plus marginocephalians. That's Cera, C-E-R-A, ceropod. Not to be confused with sauropod. But, yeah. Anywho, hope that makes sense. Here, I think... There we go, yeah. So theropods and sauropods are on this side of the dinosaur family tree, Saurischia. And then you have Ornithischia, the bird-hipped dinosaurs, over here. That's Thyreophorans plus ceropods. Birds are not bird-hipped dinosaurs, oddly enough. They're part of the lizard-hipped dinosaurs clade, the Saurischians, but... yeah. Anywho. Does that answer your question, Dave Nevius? I hope so. Anyway.
In 1978, Horner found some hard evidence to all but resolve it. A chance encounter in a Montana rock shop led him to the discovery of a lifetime.
And let's see. Charlie's Dragon says sauropods were more closely related to theropods than they were to Triceratops and other well-known herbivores, which blows my mind. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's like we saw with that diagram right there. Again, it's an important point to make. I think a lot of people get confused by this. But yeah, the sauropods are much closer to the theropods than either of them is to the ornithischians over here. So yeah. Yeah, anyway. And Vesev says, is he a biologist or a geologist? Kind of both, Vesev. I'm a paleontologist. So yes. Paleontology, you can think of it as like a cross between biology and geology. But yeah, I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs in particular, so dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summer. I was live streaming that almost all summer. I don't know how many live streams we did over the course of the summer, but it was probably close to 50 or 60. Yeah, and I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. So, yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anywho. But yeah. let's get back to this.
Horner evidence to all but resolve it. A chance encounter in a Montana rock shop led him to the discovery.
I wonder if this is still in existence. That rock shop is still going.
Were in their first year as excavators.
This is in Bynum, Montana.
Fossil shop in Bynum, Montana, not far from the Canadian border. The owners were delighted when Horner was able to identify some of the fossils on display.
The bones that she had found.
And Claire says an ad break is coming up soon. Is it? I don't see that. Huh. Anyway, you can avoid the ads by subscribing or getting gifted a subscription. I can't do anything about the ads. I can't turn ads off without completely not getting paid here on Twitch, so pretty sure I've got like the minimum number of ads you can have. I know nobody likes ads, but they do help support the channel, and that's how I make my living here, so appreciate you sitting through those if you can. Yeah. And have I ever done micropaleontology like pollen or diatoms? No, not pollen or diatoms. I have worked on vertebrate microfossils, but microfossils for vertebrate paleontology tend to be larger. So they might be, you know, little teeth, things that are not actually microscopic. They're just small by like dinosaur standards, you know. But most of my work on dinosaurs has been on more macro stuff for sure. Yeah.
Turned out to be a large duck-billed dinosaur. And as I was leaving the shop, she said, "Oh, by the way, there are a couple little bones here I would like you to look at." And she pulled out two tiny little bones, both of which I immediately recognized as baby duck-billed dinosaur bones.
Horner was astonished. He knew how incredibly rare baby dinosaur bones were, and how much could be learned by finding more. The shop owners agreed to close up early and take the dinosaur hunters to where the bones had been found.
I think that's an interesting thing.
And I guess we got ads in the video too. That must be how they paid for the rights for this or whatever. Anyhow, but I was able to skip those. Yeah.
Spring from which most of his future research showed Horner.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And Salamander, thank you for
Salamander
gifting
gifted
Peanut
a
Butter
tier 1
Princess.
sub to PNUT Butter Princess.
I appreciate that,
They have
Salamander.
given
Thank you.
130 gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate that.
In pasture lands just east of the Rocky Mountains, they showed Horner the source. It would become the wellspring from which most of his future research would flow. He proceeded to uncover numerous bones of baby dinosaurs buried in a bowl-shaped depression that he determined was a nest. It was a historic find.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Wolfgamer, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. You won't have to watch any ads. Thank you, Wolfgamer.
First nest of baby dinosaurs ever discovered. What's more, that bones belong to a previously unknown kind of duck-billed dinosaur. Nearby, he discovered hundreds more bowl-shaped depressions and realized that he'd found an entire nesting area. Many of them held fossilized eggs. He called the new site Egg Mountain.
And Emily says, so are we like, no, these rock shop owners shouldn't be digging this stuff up? Well, by law, I think that was perfectly legal because it was on private land. I think it was on the Peebles Ranch. The Peebles were a family of ranchers, and still are, out in that part of Montana. And the dinosaur Maiasaura that was discovered there, Jack named it Maiasaura peeblesorum. It's named in honor of the Peebles family. There you go, Salamander. Yeah.
Only once before had dinosaur eggs and nests of this scale been found. In 1923, the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
And there you go,
Chapman Andrews on a lavish expedition to the Gobi Desert in Mongolia. The expedition found a total of 50 eggs, individually and in nests. They wrapped their treasures in camel hair and loaded them in crates to carry home. Horner's find was even more impressive. It yielded eggs, babies, and for the first time, actual dinosaur embryos inside their eggs, 70 to 80 million years after they were formed.
Few minutes to dry.
The discoveries gave him the chance to study the development of dinosaurs from embryo to hatchling
That was
to
like a
adult.
theropod egg.
Much of his research focused on one question. After dinosaurs hatched, did they act more like birds or like reptiles?
So again, getting back to paleobiology here.
Reptiles emerge from the egg with strong legs,
inferring
and are
dinosaur
able to fend for
behavior and
themselves right
lifestyle.
away. But hatchling birds are too weak to care for themselves. A parent must remain at the nest, feeding them until they can stand on their own, a significant behavioral difference.
That isn't true of all birds, by the way. Many birds can just get up and run like a few minutes after they're born. We call those precocial birds. It's like a precocial style. Altricial is the opposite. That's when the young are pretty much helpless. They need to be fed by the parents, etc. Mr. Graybird, how are you doing?
That
Welcome,
at least
welcome.
some dinosaurs cared for their young, as birds do. He looked for evidence in the eggs and the bones of the baby dinosaurs.
Oh, what a time and oh, what fun.
Hang him around.
Playing tag with you, iguanodon.
Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate
That's the
that.
hype train.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have a hype train going here? Beautiful. I appreciate that. Hang him around. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Shoot. Let's see how high we can get this hype train. Appreciate the support. This is how I make my living, so any support at all that we get here helps me do what I do and supports my research and fieldwork and everything
Simply
else.
astonishing. One of the
Bezuv,
most singular specimens I've encountered
thanks for
in
the
all
follow.
my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me?
Thank you, Vesuv, for the follow. But good stuff. Yeah. Have you ever found a baby titanosaur? Yes, indeed, little pink pony. Yeah. Those are some of the best sauropod eggs we have. Are from titanosaurs. Yeah, they tend to be very round, almost spherical. And, yeah. We even have babies with a little egg tooth on there. Little premaxillary horn. Yeah. So this is from years ago, back in 2020. And Ekundu, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, check out that beautiful Titanosaur embryo skull. The little egg tooth on it for breaking out of the eggshell. Pretty neat. Yeah, and I think I have a clip of that. There we go.
There are many other remarkable things in these astonishing time capsules. This
Yep. Well, egg tooth. I think it's the same, that same exact Titanosaur embryo that we saw in the other one. Yep. Yeah, very cool stuff. Thought they'd be way bigger. That's the thing, is you can't make eggs larger than a certain size before they just fall apart.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Tomy,
below this
thank you for the
level,
raid.
Out in here, there are dinosaur
Welcome,
fossils.
welcome.
Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Tomy, how was your stream?
The 8 raiders have stumbled below that level.
I hope it was real good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Anghamaran, 400 bits. That's like $5 there.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
More hype.
Thank you, Anghamaran. I appreciate those 400 bits. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Rating with a bunch of fellow nerdy philosophers. Stream went well, thanks. Glad to hear it, Toby. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. For anybody who might be new here, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch talking about fossil science. Talking about my own research and the research of my colleagues, how we learn what we know about the history of life on Earth by studying the fossil record. Here in my office, we do science outreach streams on weekdays, but during the summers, I'm usually out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream, and we did that this summer. What about 50 or 60 streams this year from the field in Wyoming and Utah, digging up dinosaurs. At least 3 new species of dinosaur this year. Pretty excited about, and we'll have more of those same 3 new species next year to dig up too. But yeah, good stuff. Anyway, yeah, 3, that's amazing. Yeah, that's what happens when you dig in rocks that are largely unexplored. You find new stuff, so we're pretty excited about that. Anyway, I was just talking about eggs for a second because someone was asking about whether or not we had titanosaur eggs, maybe with the assumption that they'd be really big. Since some of these dinosaurs, the titanosaurs are like the biggest animals to ever walk the earth. They must have laid enormous eggs, right? Wrong. The eggs were big, but, you know, some of them were about the size of ostrich eggs. Some of them were maybe up to about the size of a soccer ball, a football. But that's as big as those eggs got, because that's basically as big as you can make an egg. The biggest egg of any dinosaur that's ever lived. I have a replica of it over here, 3D printed. Let me grab that. Be right back. Here we go. This is about the biggest dinosaur egg that's ever existed. And it's not from one of these guys. This is a 3D printed egg of Apiornis. Apiornis, the elephant bird. This is a bird that existed until recent times in Madagascar. It was hunted to extinction by people, we think. Or maybe had all of its eggs, stolen by people. But it existed until about the year 700 AD, I think. So this bird may have actually been contemporary with, like, I don't know, Muhammad, a couple thousand miles away.
Hey, there's a thought.
Pretty recent.
You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
My what
HD.
big eggs you have.
Thank you for the 13 months of support. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Pyro Kitty's Tavern says, I wonder how big terror bird eggs were. Probably a little bit smaller than this. Another Brian.
Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah, anyway. So, birds, of course, being dinosaurs, and this being the largest bird egg ever. Bigger than any fossil dinosaur eggs. This would be the largest dinosaur egg of all time. That of Apiornis, the elephant bird. Pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And does egg size generally correlate to how altricial or precocial an animal is? That is a great question, Nazoon. Holy cow. That's like a PhD thesis level question. It's like someone could get their doctorate degree answering that very question. As I understand it, generally, the smaller the egg is relative to the size of the parent, the more altricial the young are. So I don't know, critters like ostriches have fairly large eggs, and their young are pretty precocial. They can get up and run pretty soon after they hatch. But like, I don't know, hummingbirds have very, very small eggs. And I think the eggs might even be fairly small compared to the size of the mother. And hummingbirds are super altricial. Yeah. Then of course you've got like the kiwi. Yeah. Where the egg is nearly as large as the mother is. And I think kiwis are fairly precocial. I think they can get up and run pretty soon after hatching. Yeah. Well, yeah. Does that make sense? But I'm sure there's interesting intricacies there. There's going to be exceptions to these rules. There's going to be a lot of nuance that I'm sure I'm not aware of. But yeah. And hummingbird parents must really have their work cut out for them? Yeah. They do. Hummingbird parents, I think, they don't feed their young nectar as much as they feed their young more protein-rich stuff, like mites, little insects, little spiders, stuff like that. It's interesting that like they're feeding the young something different from what they're eating as adults. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Whitco, we were talking about that earlier. We covered that topic earlier, that news thing. How significant is it that that's been found? It's not surprising, I guess. The impression that I get there, Whitco, rather, with that headline. Here we go. Here was some research that was, I don't know, I guess they published this in a memorial publication for Martin Lockley. He's like a dinosaur trackway expert who just passed away late last year, back in November. They were publishing this as kind of like an in memoriam thing for him, and then they thought, oh, let's write a press release and put it out there anyway. You know, we'll put it out there, we might as well. And so a lot of news agencies have picked up on it. I saw this on CNN and NBC News and stuff like that, which is cool. But it's not like this is an earth-shattering discovery or anything. It's not unexpected. It's cool, but it's not super novel, you know? Yeah. And Tommy says monotremes eggs are super small in comparison, just 13 to 15 millimeters in diameter. That makes a lot of sense, because they have super altricial young too. Their young are like, a baby platypus is like, it's a little wet flesh bean. Let's see. Yeah, there's one emerging from an egg. Super, super, super tiny. Underdeveloped. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anywho. It's a wet flesh bean if I ever saw one. There you go, Sibley, yeah. And they are tiny. Very tiny salamander, yep. Anywho, let's get back to our video here that we were watching. Just for fun.
The eggs were deposited in clusters, and it often takes brute force to free them from the surrounding rock.
So yeah, occasionally we'll use jackhammers to do overburden in the
Scrape away
field.
the finer particles.
We did some of that this year. You got to see some of that on camera, some of you.
Finally, the specimens are wrapped in burlap and plaster to be transported back to the museum for further study. In the lab, Horner and his colleagues began experiments to determine if baby dinosaurs could stand on their own when they emerged from their eggs. They needed to look at the structure of the hatchling's leg bones. Strong bones meant they could stand on their own and leave the nest like reptiles. Weak bones would suggest more helpless, bird-like behavior. Could a discovery combined with ingenuity
This is
bring
it.
us closer to
This is the
understanding
horizon, which
dinosaurs?
marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Well, well, well.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above
Princess
this
Kimmy.
level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing
hello.
on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Princess Kimmy
X
and Raiders,
Princess Kimux and their 8 raiders.
welcome to Paleontologizing. It's
talk
good to have you
dinosaurs.
here. Welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Let's talk dinosaurs. I'm just kind of doing some chatting and some Q&A right now. Hello, everybody. Princess Kimmy, how did your stream go? I want to hear all about it, if you wouldn't mind sharing. And Raiders, feel free to say hello, too. Many of you already did. Moose's Refuge, Eclipse Anu, Lightning Builder. How are you all doing? It's good to have you here. I'm glad you could make it. We covered some fossil news earlier, some new publications. We were talking about the cover story of this next month's issue of Scientific American. I was pretty excited about. Good stuff. I just love seeing, you know, dinosaur science get attention in this kind of media, so it's really nice. Anyway, now we're just kind of talking dinosaur paleobiology. Yeah. Built some Lego, then played a weird horror game. Nice, Kimmy. Well, I hope it was fun. Yeah. Yeah. And Halation Effect says the bee hummingbird is the smallest dinosaur. True. But what held the title before the Chicxulub impact? That's a great question, Halation Effect. There's a number of different contenders for smallest dinosaur. But in a lot of cases... Here. Like in this one with Mosaurus. This is sometimes considered the smallest dinosaur ever found. Oh, Mosaurus. It's a hatchling. Like, this thing's just a tiny baby. And now we recognize that the adults were significantly larger. You know, like about 20 feet long, something like that. It's hard to find a really truly small dinosaur and know that it's an adult. Compsognathus, like, has a reputation for being one of the smallest dinosaurs. But these seem to be juveniles as well. Like, I don't think we really have good evidence that we have an adult Compsognathus. This very well could just be, you know, a juvenile of a larger dinosaur too. It could be that the full-grown Compsognathus might be 20, 30 feet long. Who knows? there are other smaller dinosaurs, other small dinosaurs, critters like Frutidens, which is a little hypsilophodont from Fruita, Colorado. And it is a small critter, but again, is it full grown? We don't really know for a fact. Dinosaurs like Microraptor are well known for being small as well. But again, we could be looking at critters that are not full grown. So it's a tough question. We don't know what the smallest adult non-avian dinosaur was. We have a lack of information there because a lot of these small critters, we don't know if they're small because just that's their full adult size and they were small animals. They were legitimately small, or maybe for a lot of these creatures, they're just not full grown yet. A lot of these individuals that have been found as fossils, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Vestive says, what separates a dinosaur from a lizard? So lizards are on a totally different branch of the reptile family tree from dinosaurs. I'm glad you asked that, because it's a great question. And it lets us talk about phylogeny a little bit. So, man, I desperately wish that this sort of thing were taught in schools properly, especially here in the U.S.
Learn just about the age of reptiles.
And Lightning Builder, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on who they're actually related to. Like, which creatures they share recent common ancestry with. Think about it like a family tree. So, you are most closely related to your siblings, if you have siblings, you know? Brothers or sisters. You share the same parents. You're also related to your cousins, but you're not as closely related. You've got a common ancestor that's further back in time. So you share grandparents with your cousins, but you share the same parents as your siblings. You're related to all of them, but you're more closely related to your siblings. It's like that with all living things, too. So, pull up our tree of life here. All living things on Earth are related to each other. As far as we know, all living things shared a common ancestor almost 4 billion years ago. We can find us on the tree over here. There we go. There's human beings right there. We're most closely related to bonobos and chimps. We share a recent common ancestor 6 million years ago. You go further out, you get to gorillas. You go further out from then, you get to orangutans. You get to the other apes, gibbons, siamangs, the other catarrhines, old world monkeys and apes, and so on and so forth. Until you get to mammals in general, right there. The point is, living things are related to each other. They evolved from common ancestors. That's how it works. Now, dinosaurs are one particular group, what we call a clade. A clade is an evolutionary group where there's one ancestor and all of its descendants. So that's what makes dinosaurs dinosaurs, is they all evolved from one ancestor right here. And then after that, if you evolve from that ancestor, you are a dinosaur. That's why birds are dinosaurs. Even though a lot of people don't think of birds as being very dinosaur-like, they 1,000,000% are. They evolved from dinosaurs, so they are dinosaurs. Now, lizards are over here on this particular representation of this tree. They're not dinosaurs, so they evolved from a different branch on the reptile family tree. They didn't evolve from an ancestor that was a dinosaur, so they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. I hope that's not too confusing. You know? This is like the fundamental principle in all of biology, and it's really, really unfortunate, kind of maddening that it's not taught properly in most schools, at least here in the US, you know? There's all this stuff about cellular mitosis and, oh, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell and stuff. Knowledge that's not, I'm not going to say it's useless to everyday people, because it's not. It's good stuff to know, but it's not going to inform your worldview and help you understand how the world actually works in the same way that this does, like understanding our place on the tree of life and how living things are related to each other. That is such a more vital, foundational, basic thing to understand. And it's crazy that anybody can go through school and not learn this. It's not their fault. Frankly, it's the fault of creationists for fighting tooth and nail to keep this out of school curricula and keep it out of textbooks. That's why we talk about that here, you know? Because this is the most basic thing in the world for a biologist or a paleontologist or a botanist or anybody who studies living things or extinct living things. It's nuts that most people never get to learn about this, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And which dinosaur is that example of the earliest dinosaur, Emilith? That is supposed to be Eoraptor, like somebody in the chat was saying. Eoraptor's, like, most paleontologists, most dinosaur workers agree that Eoraptor is the earliest dinosaur we have so far. The most primitive dinosaur. But it wouldn't have been the first dinosaur. There are ones that would have been earlier. We just don't really have them yet. We need more fossils. Yeah. Eoraptor. The name means dawn thief. Yeah. And Plane Shifter In says, when you call birds dinosaurs, you're saying that they are descendants of dinosaurs, right? Exactly. I mean, you can't call humans apes in the same way, right? No, we are. We are apes. We're part of that clade. Here, to go back to humans here. Well, we got the great apes. Here, we have apes. So everything that branches off from here is an ape, like by definition. Great apes. African apes. And then this group is called hominids. So that's humans, bonobos, and chimps nowadays. So yeah. Yeah. And you can take this in the same way that humans are mammals, you know? Because we evolved from an earlier mammal ancestor. Humans are hominids. Humans are apes. Humans are, I think, catarrhines. Humans are primates. Humans are Boroeutherians. Humans are... No, not Boroeutherians. Hang on, sorry. Urocontoglires. Humans are placental mammals. Humans are mammals. Humans are vertebrates. Humans are animals. You know? You can't evolve out of a clade. You're always part of that clade. Does that make sense? You can take it back all the way to how we're fish. We're part of Sarcopterygii. We are a kind of lobe-finned fish, along with all the other tetrapod animals. Lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Every single one of these animals in here is part of this group. They all evolved from a lobe-finned fish ancestor, so they're part of that clade. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for asking that, Plane Shifter. Again, this is the most basic thing in the world to a biologist, or a paleontologist, or a botanist, or anybody who studies creatures living or extinct. And yet it's not taught in most schools. There are extremely intelligent people who are very well read, very well educated, and they don't know the first thing about this. Because, you know, it's It's wild, you know? Yeah, here.
Just as Darwin.
I'll show you a little clip here. Kind of hammering this point home.
But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils.
This is from a famous 2005 trial
support Darwin's tree of life.
about science versus like non-science.
Was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds.
Yep.
As seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur.
And claws on its hands like a
just
dinosaur.
like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And
whales are hoofed mammals.
We can't go from A to B. There are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
Yep.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
There you go. Yeah. This stuff is so amazing once you understand it. The world makes so much more sense when you realize that all living things are related to each other. And the varying degrees of similarity between different organisms actually reflects that, like, varying degrees of relatedness. It's such a wondrous thing once you finally realize that. And most people are deprived of that joy, being able to understand that, because they never got to learn about this in school, you know? It's a huge part of why I'm here on Twitch talking about this on weekdays, you know? I want to be able to share that with everybody. Because it really is so cool. Yeah. And Dave Nevia says, again, the people who fight it so hard aren't really trying to defend their own ideas, they're defending their social stat. I guess, but 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's the same thing. Yeah. If somebody doesn't actually care about the ideas, like, I don't know, people like that don't really deal in ideas. They deal in, I don't know, prejudices and fears and, yeah, I don't know. We're in agreement. It's frustrating, you know? How do you change that agenda? Asked Terry Taylor. Great question. I think the best way to do that is to talk with people, you know? To show them how cool the real information is. To show them how cool reality is. And to be vulnerable with people, you know? Like, I'll have conversations with people who are rabidly anti-science, whether they're creationists or flat earthers or, you know, people who claim to believe that dinosaurs don't exist or whatever, and, like, you just sit down and talk with somebody. And, you know, some people are willing to listen, and other people aren't. Some people actually hold beliefs earnestly, and some people just say stuff, especially on the internet, because They don't actually care about the ideas. But sometimes when you put yourself out there and you show them how cool the real stuff is, they come around. Especially if you can make yourself relatable. If you treat somebody like a human being and you're like, hey, let me walk you through this, because this is really cool stuff. Sometimes they're willing to hear it. I personally know people who have changed their minds about stuff like this. It's not so much a knowledge deficit as it is an attitude thing sometimes. We as human beings are emotional creatures. We're very tribal creatures. If you show people sometimes that you're not a threat, sometimes they come around, you know? That's what I'm trying to do here. There have been scientific studies about this as well. Hello, sweetie pie. That the best way to combat misinformation about science is often just having people realize that science is not something they have to be scared of. If someone you know and trust can walk you through a scientific concept, you know, not only are you going to understand it better, but you're not going to be afraid of it. So just putting yourself out there counts for a lot. And I'm really lucky in the sense that a lot of people, I don't know, are not scared of me or don't immediately dislike me when you see me, I guess. I don't know. That's a weird way to put that, but I've been streaming for over 4 hours at this point, and I'm hungry, and I want to have some dinner soon, so I'm approaching the end of my coherence for the evening, I think, while I'm on camera. Anyway. The best way to combat misinformation is cats, says Charlie's Dragon. I don't know. I think so much misinformation online comes from a place of, like, it comes from sort of a tribal place, where it's like, well, I'm this sort of person, so I have to believe this, or think that. When you actually meet somebody who's different from you, and you listen to them speak for a while, you can sometimes start to see things from their perspective a little bit. People relate to you. And then when somebody relates to you, they might be in more of a position where they're willing to reconsider some of the assumptions that they've had before. That's why I think this medium, Twitch, is such a wonderful medium for science outreach. Is we can have heart-to-heart conversations like this. It can be interactive like that. It's a conversation rather than a sermon or something, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Lordy, how are you doing? Yeah. And Dave Nevius says, maybe that could sometimes work on a small scale. It certainly does. I know from experience that it has. But on large scale, misinformation happens because the misinformers are afraid that the truth will threaten their power in some way. That's often true. Yeah, in the case of, like, creationists, keeping people ignorant about biology does make them, it does give them a degree of power, for sure. I'm not in a position to combat that directly by kicking these people out of power or anything. The best that I can do as a scientist and a science communicator is to talk to people, you know, on a platform like this. That's how I can make a difference in the world. And it might not be a big difference, but I can try and quantify it And that's one of the things that I'm going to be doing this year. Sometime in the next few weeks, I'm going to be releasing a survey for viewers of this channel. Because I want to understand a little bit more about the audience here. And about how live streaming paleontology can help inform and inspire people when it comes to fossils and natural history, dinosaurs in particular. And I'm going to be presenting on this research at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of October in Minneapolis. I've already had my abstract accepted. I'm going to be giving a poster presentation about this, and I'm pretty excited. I'm just going to gather some more data. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, anyway, with this particular thing here.
Proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom
Again.
were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
Yep. And this trial, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial in 2005, was kind of a turning point in a lot of ways. Creationism was really on the march here in the United States, and this, like, particular strain of it, intelligent design creationism, there were creationists trying to, like, bring this into public schools in the U.S. It's totally, unconstitutional to do that, to teach religious doctrine in a science classroom. But that's what they were trying to do. Not to spoil anything, but the creationists lost that trial. Intelligent design was kicked out of the classroom, basically. At least officially. And that's one of those ways where you can actually combat this sort of misinformation in a direct, material way. You know? I'll give you a link to this documentary if you'd like to watch more of it. It's really excellent. Really well produced. It's won a number of different awards. Check it out. From PBS Nova. But yeah, anyway. And Palermo. There you go, praise the sun. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Dinosaur enjoys. Well, lots of people like dinosaurs. Even people I wouldn't consider good people. But yeah. I appreciate you, praise the sun. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Brachydactylus' anti-vaccine disinformation, for example, seems to be largely driven by a small number of people who are ideologically disposed against vaccines for one reason or another. Mostly grifting for money, yeah. Yeah, like Andrew Wakefield is, perfect example of that. And there is research on that. By contrast, something like creationism is a little less concentrated in how the misinformation starts and spreads, but it still does get wrapped up in tribalism in the same way. Yes, absolutely.
A real mean kid.
And the depth and breadth of Seth.
For teeth, he was the terror of his
Great name.
neighborhood.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. It's interesting, Reiko, yeah. There's not as direct, like, a money element there, but here's the thing, with the whole, like, intelligent design thing, let's talk about the wedge doctrine a little bit here. The wedge strategy. Yeah. Here we go.
The rules around what is science. When you loosen the rules around what is science and permit the supernatural, permit deities, you are really destroying what makes science so vitally important to the progress that our civilization has witnessed over the last 400 or 500 years. You're going back before the scientific revolution. And, that's a pretty scary thing.
With the
Oh, and hang on a sec. Dave Nevius says everything exists on a gradient. One thing becomes another over long periods, but there's not a single point at which one thing definitively becomes another. In classification, it's a little bit different because you have clades that if you've got a species, like a split that occurs, that's when you can actually have a new clade forming. Like, that's the point at which you get a new clade. So maybe that's not what you're talking about, though. Anyway, let's continue.
Revolution, the work of Galileo, Newton, and others banished supernatural explanations from science. But some think the supernatural still has its place.
At the very beginning of genetics, the idea
Oh,
of there being
boy.
a hereditary factor that somehow was responsible for the traits that we have, but one couldn't quite identify what the factor
So
was.
this is one of the creationist guys from the Discovery Institute, I think.
Supernatural as well.
Yeah, but
So it's not that
that's a God of the Gaps argument.
hasn't been part of science. In fact, it has been, and it's
It's
often
not.
led to very
It's-
fruitful results. And it seems that the evolutionists want
It's
to,
such a
in way,
weaselly argument.
Ignore
Completely untrue. Darth Goof, thank you for the 36 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff, Darth Goof. Thank you, thank you. And Terminator Pig says, I think he was talking about the line from ancestor to descendant. That's true, yeah. Yeah, it will be a gradual kind of transition that occurs, for sure. So yeah, if that's what you were saying there, is it Dave Nevius? Yeah, you're right.
or marginalize
Absolutely.
that very important part of the history.
But Barbara Forrest testified that the intelligent design movement's goals are not
Here we go.
entirely scientific.
So Rhacodactylus is, I'm sure, already well aware of this. Holy cow. But, yeah, with, like, anti-vaxxers, there's usually, like, a profit motive there. Like, they're grifting, they're trying to sell something. There's, like, you know, some sort of supplement or magic cure or something like that that they're trying to sell you. With creationism, you know, it might be like a higher order kind of thing. Holy cow, J. Marianne.
Mother God, why do we move next to this power plant? No!
Look at that huge old raid. We're gonna have to postpone this discussion for now.
Gigantic 160 strong read.
Well, 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 hello everybody.
Are you paleontologying?
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Look,
It is great to have you here.
Dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Thembo and Giga Sad Chad the Comrade.
What are dinosaurs?
Rainbow, Pigman Bear, and Sniffan J. How are you all doing?
It's got nothing to do with oil.
Thank you for the follows. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So, paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. And, here on this channel, we talk about dinosaurs. We talk about fossils. We talk about the history of life on Earth and why it's important to understand. D. Nelly, Majin Blue Dream, and Joe Loon, thank you for the follows. I appreciate that. Jay Marianne, how did your stream go? Tell me about it. Welcome, welcome. It is wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. And Princess Kimmy, thank you for being here. You sleep well, huh? But hello, everybody. And, Mari Raid, yes, indeed, Sound Killer. Good to have you here. Hello.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
They are. Groucho Marxist. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. We've got a bunch of cool new people here. And, I think it might be time for a little welcome video. To introduce some of the new folks and tell you a little bit about, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to,
A moment from prehistoric time.
Saha the Great. Appreciate that follow. And Cybeast. Thank you for following too. Welcome. Going to introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny, who is actually walking up behind me right now. So we'll let him take over for a minute here and tell you what this is all about. So, again, Jay Marianne, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And Previously Recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And thank you even more to J. Marianne for that raid.
Let's protect our fossils.
You still here? J. Marianne and Raiders?
America loses them forever.
And them both, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that very much. I do this full time, believe it or not. So
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
I really appreciate that support.
Tier 1 sub to J. Marianne.
Thank you, anonymous user. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you for it. And the BLK Barbie doll, how are you doing? The E-Black Barbie doll? Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that video is a little bit on the old side. Produced that back in 2020. I've done a lot of stuff since then. We've been doing a ton of fieldwork streams.
Very beginning of this strange dinosaur.
Lots changed since back then, but that's the basic idea. I no longer teach full-time. I've gone full-time here on Twitch, which has been a dream come true. I get to fund my research and fieldwork and everything through these live streams. I just do science outreach full-time. It's wonderful. And the Bersilium, thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that. Anyway, you were talking about news and politics and stuff, right? J. Marianne and Raiders? We were actually getting a little bit into that here. We're talking about, right before you showed up, talking about the importance of studying dinosaurs and the fossil record and evolution and natural history. The importance to our society of studying these things and how certain people don't want that to happen. Here. So if that sounds interesting to you, I hope you stick around for the next few minutes, because we're gonna get back into that. Here. I'll repeat this clip.
Darwin proposed.
Right here.
Reporters in the courtroom who were just...
Here we go. So talking about the common ancestry of living things, talking about how we study evolution through the fossil record. This is a clip from a little documentary about the 2005 Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, in which some creationists were trying to get creationism taught in public schools in the U.S. You know, basically like religious doctrine, completely unscientific, not supported by scientific evidence, all that stuff. Luckily, science won the day, and Kevin Padian was one of the expert witnesses in the trial.
By showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before. And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
This is the thing, is that evolution is not well taught in most U.S. schools, or frankly in a lot of schools throughout the world. And that's largely due to creationist influence. This is something that we talk about basically all day, every day here on this channel. We talk about the history of life on Earth. And this is something that everybody should be able to learn about in school, because it is fundamental to how we view the world and our place in it. But that's very threatening to certain people, often people with like very right-wing political ambitions. And well, Well, here, let's get into that here.
And it's often led to very fruitful results. And it seems that the evolutionists want to, in a way, ignore or marginalize that very important part of the history.
Anyway,
but
here we get into it.
Forrest testified that the intelligent design movement's goals are not entirely scientific.
Vespa says, when you leave the USA, creationism doesn't really have a lot of pull. No, on the contrary, in places like South Korea, Turkey, Canada, Mexico, parts of the UK, like it's a serious problem all over the world. It's certainly worse in some places than it is in others, but it's definitely not something that's unique to the United States. Absolutely not. Yeah.
And are spelled out in a secret Discovery Institute document that had...
So the Discovery Institute is like a creationist think tank in Seattle. And they were the ones who were, so they were a big part of this trial. They were like, trying to get creationism into public schools, basically. And then this secret document, an internal document of theirs, leaked. And I think this is just a wonderful and chilling illustration of how the idea of scientific progress and learning about the history of life on Earth and everything is really threatening to these people's political ambitions. Take a look.
Surfaced on the internet.
Their goals are listed quite clearly in the WEDGE document. It's their strategy document that they drew up about 9 years ago in 1998. Their goal is to completely overthrow all of the effects of evolution on society, which they think are uniformly negative. This document states that they want to completely change American culture back to what they believe is its properly religious foundation. They want every area of life to be governed by their particular religious preferences, and they're very clear about that in this document.
You can find it online and read it for yourself, too.
Darwin portrayed humans not as moral and spiritual beings, but as animals, leading people to abandon objective moral standards.
Oh, boy. Because we know the moral standards of these sorts of folks are very, very objective. This sort of thing continues to the present with, yeah. There we go. The person second in line to the presidency right now, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, blamed school shootings on teaching evolution, among other things. These are the people who, hold positions of power.
The document lays out an ambitious agenda to overthrow this legacy.
Oh, boy.
To see intelligent design theory as the dominant perspective in science, and to see design theory permeate our religious, cultural, moral, and political life. Though not written by Philip Johnson, the WEDGE document is an outgrowth of a broader policy he conceived called the WEDGE strategy.
I know it can be made to sound like something sinister and conspiratorial, but the WEDGE strategy, as I've explained it, is quite simple and innocent. When you use a wedge to split a log, you start with the sharp edge of the wedge.
Uh-huh.
My job is to be the sharp edge of the wedge, to use my academic credentials and legal abilities to get some hearing for the...
Hot Drop Lasagna, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
A proposition that there really is something fundamentally wrong with the Darwinian story. But I can't answer all the questions.
Oh, boy.
And so we need...
So he's saying, like...
Hey, a dinosaur!
And thank you, Dave Nevius, for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. He was like, it's nothing nefarious or sinister. It's innocent. Just like using a wedge to split a log open. It's like... That's what you're trying to do to U.S. culture, to, secular society. I don't know.
Need other people to form the thick edge of the wedge to take on the questions that do require...
As long as they're people, exactly, Salamander, yeah.
With Michael Behe and others forming the wide end of the wedge, Johnson hopes the wedge strategy will overturn what he sees as the negative effects of a century and a half of Darwin's theory.
Oh boy.
The Darwinian story, when it became accepted, had a huge cultural impact. And if that story were discredited, then the cultural impact would be reversed, and there would be cultural changes in the other direction as well.
Want to take us back to a pre-scientific age, is what he's saying. You know, it's... yeah.
There is something outrageous about such a huge body of evidence being put together, then being confirmed in all kinds of other scientific disciplines.
He's talking about evolution, yeah.
And having other people just sort of deny it for reasons that have nothing to do with truth.
Yep.
And this became apparent during the trial. And then you began to look towards the judge and think, how is this guy going to get out of this? Because here he is, he is a Republican, he's been appointed by George W. Bush, who has said that he thinks the jury is out on evolution and both theories should be taught. And you began to think, what is this poor guy going to do?
Whatever the motivations of the Discovery Institute, the intelligent design movement, or the authors of the book Of Pandas and People, Judge Jones would need to focus on the motivation of the Dover Area School Board.
Mr. Buckingham.
I don't know why our lights are going off again, but yeah.
I'd like to show you what has been identified as Exhibit P145. You'll need to look at your monitor.
The book that was presented to me for biology was laced with Darwinism from the beginning to the end.
William Buckingham is head of the curriculum committee for the Dover School District. He's also a board member. He strongly believes creationism needs to be taught in the classroom.
My opinion that it's okay to teach Darwin, but you have to balance it with something else, such as creationism.
This was back in the very early days of the intelligent design thing. And don't you know, I could not think of the words intelligent design. I just couldn't. The camera's rolling, so I say creationism. In hindsight, I should have said nothing at all, but I said creationism.
I was like a deer caught in the headlights of a car, and I misspoke. Pure and simple. I made a human mistake.
Freudian slip, right, Mr. Buckingham?
I wouldn't say a Freudian slip. I would say a human mistake.
And it was not.
Oh boy. Anyway, I'll give you a link to the rest of this, but that's the thing, is that not to be all like, rah rah, let's fight, but paleontologists, biologists, geologists, climatologists, people who study living things, Earth systems, the history of the Earth and life on Earth, the things that we find are often threatening to people in positions of power. And Rainbow, thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Having that kind of perspective where, well, I don't know. Look at it this way. A long, long, long time ago, everybody assumed that, the Earth was the center of the universe. And when people like Galileo point out that, well, no, the sun actually orbits the Earth. Was it Copernicus who did this? Anyway, the point is, when you make discoveries like that upset people's idea of being the center of things, when you introduce this idea of insignificance, that, the Earth is not the center of the universe, Earth is not even the center of the solar system, and we are not the first creatures to come along. There's been about, over 3 billion years of life on our planet before us, before we came along. And we're just this blip at the very top of it. You know, at the end of it so far. This continuing story. It upsets the kinds of people who want to uphold tradition above all else. The kinds of people who want everyone to be ignorant, to be in the dark. And so it's an uphill battle when we're talking with the general public, or when we're trying to get this information out there to the, you know, to regular folks. We're swimming upstream there, you know? That's one of the reasons why I started this channel 4 years ago now. Holy cow. And it's been wonderful what we've been able to do here, you know? But it's an ongoing fight.
You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Nashban, thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Anyway. So we'll be talking more about this kind of thing for the rest of this week, I'm sure, and in the coming months. But yeah. Yeah. Brighton Games attitude? Sort of, yeah. Brighton Circus's Radar Tombstone? Or Radar Tombs? Sorry. But yeah, Jay Marion says, fun science, not war. I agree. You know? I want to live in a world where... Thank you, Sibley, for the 100 bits. Holy cow. Thank you, Sibley.
And science education.
Thank you very, very much, Sibley. I want to live in a world where people are educated about natural history, about the history of life on Earth, about our place in it, where people can have the kind of perspective that comes with real knowledge about the history of life on Earth, where it's not kept out of school textbooks, where the kinds of prejudices that people develop because they think of themselves as being separate from other people rather than being part of a society together. You know, this kind of the sort of prejudice that stems from ignorance. I want to live in a world where that's less prevalent. And each one of us living our lives every day, trying to make ends meet, how much of a difference can we really make in trying to make that happen, you know? Usually feels like there's not much we can do at all. But I've been really lucky in being able to have this platform. You know, I've got 300 people watching right now, and I don't know, I'm trying to use that for good. And dinosaur science can be a force for good in the world. Especially since dinosaur science is like, think of it like a gateway drug into the sciences. Not just into science, but into curiosity, into a love of learning, into a thirst for knowledge. Think of dinosaurs as an enticement to having an open mind and being more accepting of other people and being curious to learn new things and not be comfortable with your own prejudices, you know? That's how I like to think of how my field can be a force for good in the world, you know? Nashben, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for that. There's 5 people in the chat now who won't have to watch any ads for the next month. So that's wonderful for them, And it's wonderful for me because you're helping put food on my table, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping feed this starving scientist. I appreciate you. So yeah, dinosaurs are so cool, Cybeast. It's absolutely true. That's the thing, is that, I don't know, this is something I've talked about before. But I really want to work on a project where I'll have to work with some maybe sociologists or people who are adept at creating surveys and collecting good data like that. But I want to get a representative sample of people in different knowledge fields. Scientists, medical doctors, engineers, lawyers, teachers, people like that. And ask them, how many of you first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs? Because that's something that I encounter on a fairly regular basis. When I'm talking with people in the real world, and they ask, oh, what do you do? I'm a paleontologist. I work on fossils. I work on dinosaurs. And so many people say, holy cow, I really wanted to be a paleontologist when I was a kid. I was obsessed with dinosaurs. And sometimes they say, that's how I learned to love learning. That's how I first fell in love with this idea of accruing new knowledge, being curious about the world and exploring things, was through dinosaurs. You know, I've heard it said before that, paleontology will never cure cancer. But in a sense, it might, in a knock-on kind of way. If there ever is a cure for cancer discovered, it might very well come from, a team of people, some of whom first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs when they were children. And so I like to think that as paleontologists, we're helping to make the world a better place in that regard as well. Any scientific or medical advancements that occurred, some of those might come originally from kids who first got into a knowledge field because they were interested in dinosaurs to start with. That's cool to think about. I'd love to be able to quantify that, to be able to publish some papers just saying, here's the actual impact that dinosaur science has on larger society through getting kids interested in science in the first place, or interested in learning in the first place. Yeah. And Rainbow says, definitely me. I was a 5-year-old paleontologist before I ended up becoming an anthropologist. There you go. Holy cow. I hear stories like that fairly often. And it'd be wonderful to actually have some good numbers on that. So that's going to be a project for me somewhere in the next few years, I hope. I've got a lot of other stuff on the docket first. A lot of other papers I need to get published prior to that. But that's something I want to explore. Yeah. Vezib says, cancer has hundreds of conditions and will probably need hundreds of different cures. Sure, that's why I said cure for cancer like that. I'm aware that there's a lot of complexity there. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Rainstorm says they underfund a lot of cool topics, like all fundamental theory. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I've said it a lot of times before, I guess I'll say it again, that paleontology would be a lot better funded if it had military application. If somehow learning about theropod dinosaur phylogeny could help vaporize children in the Middle East, then we'd be rolling in cash. I'm glad that it doesn't have that kind of application, but that is one of the reasons why it's so underfunded, So yeah. Jurassic World, we were looking at, yeah, right, Sabina Bean. That was maybe the most authentic part of that movie, is like, trying to find military application for something that should just be pure science. But yeah, Anyway. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus says there are probably a very small subset of science topics that first motivated a lot of scholars. Dinosaurs, space, the deep sea. It'd be fun to get a lay of the land as to the gateway sciences. Absolutely, Rhacodactylus, yeah. I, of course, want to focus on dinosaur paleontology. But, it would be useful to know. Absolutely. There's so much, like, pure basic science that goes severely underfunded because that's just not a priority in our society, unfortunately. A, it's not a priority, and B, sometimes it threatens the power base of people who hold economic and political power. But yeah. But yeah, Arctic drilling. Yeah, there you go, Rainstorm. Terminator Pig says, for me it was dinosaurs and astronomy. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. With that being said, I feel like I'm rambling at this point. I feel like I've been rambling for a while. I'm going to wrap up this broadcast. We're going to stream again tomorrow. Oh, let's take a look at our schedule real quick. Yeah. For the rest of the week, today's Monday. Tuesday, we don't have anything scheduled. Oh, sorry, looking at the wrong week. See, you can tell I'm fading a little bit. I need to eat some dinner. Streaming for 5 hours at this point. Tomorrow we don't have anything particular planned. We'll be doing some fossil news, I'm sure, and lots of regular Q&A like we always do. We'll watch some fun videos if we've got time, and we'll talk about why dinosaur science is important, like we often do. The discovery of Deinonychus back in 1964 occurred on August 28th. So we'll be talking all about this dinosaur, Deinonychus, aka the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. We'll be talking about why that's not actually Velociraptor, why it's Deinonychus, and how that dinosaur discovered in the 1960s helped change the way that we saw dinosaurs. Dinosaur metabolism, the dinosaurian origin of birds, dinosaur intelligence and sociability and everything else. A lot of that kind of happened with the discovery of Deinonychus, the research of John Ostrom and his students, the people who came after him. So we'll talk about that on Wednesday. I don't know if we'll do Thursday Birds Day on Thursday. I might actually be taking a Thursday off. In fact, I am going to do this. Hang on, let me change this right now. But I've got to work on my Spinosaur paper, and I'm running out of time to do that before stuff coming up in September. So I'm going to be taking Thursday off. So no stream on Thursday. But then Friday is International Whale Shark Day. We'll be talking all about Rhynchodon, that awesome filter-feeding shark, the largest non-tetrapod fish in the world. We'll be talking all about that critter on Friday and why it's important, why you should care about it, why we need to protect and save these creatures. Anybody here love whale sharks? Make sure you're here on Friday, because we'll be talking all about them. Anyway, yeah. So with that being said, hope to see everybody for the rest of the streams this week. And let's go ahead and wrap things up. Here's a Deinonychus skull, like we'll be talking about on Wednesday. Deinonychus, to run under our credits. And let's find somebody to raid here. Who else is live right now? Let's see here.
Girder.
Oh, Moohoodles is on, and she's doing some science here. We're gonna go say hello to another science communicator. Moohoodles talks about astronomy, astrobiology, all kinds of good stuff. So let's go see what she's up to. Everybody, thank you for a wonderful stream. Thank you to everybody, especially whose names are appearing in our credits right now. From new followers and raiders to cheerers and gifters and subscribers, thank you for making these streams possible. With your financial contribution, this would not be a stream without that. So thank you, thank you. Thank you for helping fund me as a scientist. I appreciate you more than you know. And thank you, moderators, for keeping this friendly, welcoming, safe community for everybody. Appreciate you very much, mods. Thank you for all your hard work. That being said, let's go talk about science with Mahoodles. I'll see you there, and I hope to see you later this week, too. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday for some more paleontology.